don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, nothing stopping us now.
don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, through water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
WALLSTREETBETS, the go call's being made as they straight up.
Incredible. This how it goes at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final two men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look at my
Stuck
eyes.
in one singular spot, getting the rest of the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. This with a different approach. While it's been time in the boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, that'll be huge. 4 elimination points, I think. everybody, and welcome here to day number 3 of phase 2 here of the PMPL NA 2022 Fall Split. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Hope you guys are ready for a great show that we got for y'all today. Of course, the show couldn't be done without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Guys, I hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything that is going on here, and I hope that you're keeping up with those socials as well, using that Twitter, and every time you do, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. I'm going to tell you why here in a little bit. Of course, make sure you subscribe to that YouTube and all that goodness as well. Well, let's get this show on the road. Of course, I couldn't do it without my amazing desk, the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Glitter, welcome back. How are you feeling?
I'm back. You couldn't keep me away forever. Okay, I'm very excited to be here. I missed you guys. I know I'm a little bit late to the season, but I've been keeping up with everything, and I'm excited to dive into it today. And 7, I'm excited to be back with you.
I'm excited that you're back. It's going to be and you came back at the perfect time, too.
True.
You came back when Nova's dominating, so maybe it's meant to be.
Hey, the legend has returned. The legend that is Nova has returned back to the top of the leaderboards. That's what we like to see. Why don't we go ahead and start off by taking a look at the calendar so we can see exactly all the days that we got playing coming up here. As you can see where we're at right now, it is the 9th. 2 more days left here in this phase, and then we got a whole week off, Glitter. So, I mean, you came definitely at the right time.
I planned it. Okay, this is all part of my master plan. I'm coming in for an intense weekend of gameplay, and then we're going to get a little bit of a break. And then it's really going to kick off in that week 3 because that's what it all boils down to before finals.
That is correct. Yeah, you're definitely going to need that long break for sure. Well deserved. You know what? These teams are going to use that break, and they're going to be having to put in some work during that break, putting them VOD reviews, because there's a lot on the line here with this whole entire new format. Because every single game, every point matters. You get that right, 7? So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the full overall leaderboard. So this is to see all the points combined from each phase. And look at this. APHELION started with a 54-point lead coming into phase 2, 7. And now Nova said, see ya later to that.
Nova was like, that's a cute 54-point lead. You know what? Give me a second. Let me do the math. They actually decided they're almost at 50 as well. I mean, honestly, Nova almost has a 50-point lead, and we have 3 days left. That's the crazy part. Knights currently in 3rd place, 280 points. They're currently going to be looking good. By the way, for everybody watching, once we do go to the next pitch, you're going to be seeing some teams that actually only have 28 matches, and that's because they didn't get a chance to play that Livic match on Sunday. And on the second page here, it's some surprises. You can see a team that later on we're going to be talking about, the HITLIST. They've been able to jump up. At some point, they were in 17th place with the good performance that they've been having. They're currently in 14th place with 191 points. And keep in mind, the top 16 teams on this leaderboard, combining all the phases, are the ones that are going to be moving on to the finals. Korean Barbecue Lovers has been performing pretty well too. But there's some other teams that really haven't been performing. Glitter, I'm sorry we're about to break this to you. But yeah, and I know you know this too. Back to back.
Oh,
3rd page, 17th place. The back-to-back champions.
It's, you know what? It's okay. There's still time. I have faith. We've got 3 more days in this phase. Going to be able to bring it back a little bit here. And like you were saying, it's all about that top 16, right? So these 4 teams that are here on this 3rd page, this is not where they want to be. They need to get their points a little bit higher, put themselves in contention to make it through to finals, because that is where it really matters.
Absolutely. Not to mention what really matters too for back-to-back, being that low on the leaderboards. These overall points are going to get combined here, and they're going to be able to get some bonus points that are actually going to be applied in the final. So if back-to-back is that low, man, they're going to start off with a huge disadvantage. And this is where we stand so far with those bonus points. APHELION crushed it in the first week, Glitter, with 20 bonus points so far.
Yeah, I saw that. That week worth of performance from APHELION Esports was huge, and you can see where everybody else kind of shakes out there. Nova being very, very consistent in the first 2 phases. So far, we still have 3 more days in phase 2 to go, but Knights at the top yet again. I mean, people that we've been talking about for seasons and seasons, and these points are important because these are going to be what give those teams a little bit of a boost heading into finals if they qualify for finals. So you want to try and get in as many of these matches as possible to get these extra points, because sometimes that can account for an off day and give you that little bit of cushion that you're really looking for in the most important portion of the season, 7.
Yeah, and I mean, you know who's currently smiling a lot? Nova Esports, because they're currently not only like have been performing really well, but with the APHELION Esports not performing that well in this phase 2, I'm pretty sure once we show this bonus points next week, there might be some changes unless, you know, APHELION Esports does end up performing. Anything can happen, honestly. I mean, we saw some teams absolutely throw on the first 2 days and they started performing really well. And then if we keep going down the list, I mean, Korean barbecue lovers, there's 7 back-to-back, only has 5. And this is exactly what you were talking about, Jukes, with back-to-back only having 5. If they do end up making it to the finals, but their performance continues to be the exact same way that it is right now, I mean, they could have a huge disadvantage on those finals, and it might not be enough. And we know that team likes to show up on the finals, but it might just not be enough.
I mean, that's disgusting. I mean, they already have a huge disadvantage already with just 1 week, because that's a 15-point difference from first place to where back-to-back is. That's a whole chicken dinner in one game. So, I mean, they have to catch up big time, and not to mention how they're doing in this phase. It's not looking good. I can't believe that we're actually talking about the back-to-back champs, and we're saying if they're going to make it into the finals. But hey, that's where the numbers currently stand, 7.
Yeah, it's starting to become like a big if. It went from like, you know, they're probably going to make it to the finals, to now it's like, if they don't perform today, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know what's going on with this team.
Same. I mean, we've talked, I mean, if you're in that top 3 of the bonus points, sure, you're missing 1 point, 2 points there and a disadvantage. But hey, 1 point matters. 1 point matters in the finals alone. But 10 points, 15 points of a disadvantage starting with the finals?
Not great.
That's gonna really, really hurt. Well, you know, one team that's not gonna have to worry about any of that is Nova, right? The legends at Nova have crushed it here in this second week. So 7, I know you wanted to compare their first week versus now, and let's just take a look at these numbers right here. Look at the difference.
Yeah, this team has been absolutely stellar on this phase 2, on this second week. I mean, you can see the performances for week 2 on the left-hand side. 1,500 damage. They're currently being able to output almost 50% more than what they did per match last time around. And that's not even all. The average eliminations, they're actually being able to do a better conversion in regards to the eliminations. You can see that they're 8.5. And you're also going to notice there's a big jump up in the survival time. Well, guess what? In phase 1, the average placement points that they were getting per match was about 5.6. On phase 2, so far, they're averaging about 9.2. And if we go in regards to points per game overall, like elimination points, placement points, on phase 1, they were averaging about 10.5. Right now, on phase 2, they're averaging about 17.7, which is ridiculous for that. And by the way, it's a huge prop up for Kindness. He has performed so well this week. In phase 1, I think he only ended up with 29 elims. Only ended up. That's still a bunch. Come on, 7.
Dang.
But right now, after 2 days, that man has 25. He has almost double his damage. He has almost double the knocks that he's getting to the assist. Like, it's a completely different team, and I'm enjoying watching them right now.
Oh, indeed, man. Their execution of these plays, and not to mention those guaranteed 10 points on Sanhok. I mean, the squad's going to be a tough one to deal with. Hopefully, we'll see if somebody can try and stop them here today. Now, we talked about the top squad, right? Let's talk about the top players, Glitter. Let's see who performed the best here this past weekend. You're going to notice, you just talked about Kindness, right? I know you got to be hyped about that, Glitter.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say, obviously, you just talked about him, 7. Kindness up here with the 12 elims and insane amounts of damage, but not being outdone. Okay, Faker, same amount of elims and a scotch more, just the tiniest bit more in damage than Yair with the 16 elims and almost 1,800 damage. I mean, obviously, fantastic survival time across the board for all of our top players because you need to live in order to get these types of numbers on the board. But we've got somebody from 3 different teams for all 3 of our players. There's lots of variety, and we have seen standout performances from all of these teams at some point so far in our phases. It's why they're up here. It's why their performances are so impressive, and I just love that we're getting some serious consistency. I know you already talked about Nova and hype Nova up, but I mean, the fact that they didn't even drop out of the top 3 in the last play day for a finish, that's crazy.
Yeah, if I'm nitpicking, I will say I would like to see Kindness on that 21 average survival time.
A little bit higher.
That's just me nitpicking because of the 20. Like, if that man can get up to 21, where the elims become, in a way, a little bit easier because it's the final circle, everything's going on, you can maybe third party. Nova could be even crazier.
Scary.
I mean, having 20 minutes of survival time already is insane, you know, and it's good to see, you know, Yahir putting up some big elimination points as well. Now, I hope you all that are watching, I know that you haven't had your fill of overall leaderboards just yet. We got one more for you here, and that is the overall leaderboard for this phase in particular, all right? Top team from this phase is going to get those 20 bonus 0.7, and right now Nova is looking like they got in the bag already.
Yeah, Nova with I mean,
Dang.
that is just a ridiculous amount of points, especially the second place. What's crazy, we already talked enough about Nova, okay? Let me talk about some of the other teams. The hit list, this was why I was mentioning on that overall, because this team jumped up with the performance they're having so far from 17th place to 14th place, and they're currently sitting on that second place, so they're kind of guaranteeing themselves a spot on the Livic. Keep in mind, only the top 12 teams are going to be going to play on that final Livic on Sunday. And then we have the Panthers, HQA.
Nice.
HQA has performed so well too. Korean Barbecue Lovers, this was a team that has stepped it up in a big way. We've seen what Joey can do, and now we've also seen what Acer can do. I can't wait to see what they're going to continue to do. And what's crazier too is between 4th and 8th place, all these teams are only 6 points away from each other. 6th and 8th, I mean, they're all tied at 63. So anything can happen here. MEZEXIS did end up having a great final game on the previous day that we did. They finished it off with a win and 12 elims, so we'll see, maybe they can carry some kind of momentum. And then when we go here towards the second page, I mean, we still have some absolute maniacs with Knights. If Knight shows up, and last week, I mean, Glitter, Knight showed up on the 3rd day. If they show up today too, we can see them make a big jump up on this leaderboard.
Maybe day number 3 is just, it's their lucky number. 3 is their lucky number. They get to the 3rd day, warm up a little bit after the first 2, come back after the day off, and then just kind of kick it into high gear, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do that today. And then, I mean, if APHELION Esports still has an opportunity to down here in 16th place, to have a performance like they did in the first phase, really bring it back for themselves as well, and continue putting some serious points on the board. I mean, there's a lot that could happen in the next 3 days that could shift a lot of the overall ranking for just this phase. Like you're saying, these points are still close. Even down in 14th place, we're in the 50s, when, like you were saying, 6th through 9th, they're tied at 63-ish, right? So, I mean, that is a very closable points gap that we're looking at here. And then down there at the bottom, we've got 4 Bros and Angry Amateurs kind of rounding out the rest of our teams. And listen, I know that I just got here, but already there's a lot of time that's ticked away. So the teams down there at the bottom, they gotta pick it up.
They got to pick it up.
4 Bros.
Big time. I mean, 3 points. 3 points. Yeah, these guys are going to have to go absolutely insane here. The squads I'm really keeping an eye on, of course, are back-to-back champions. They are in a hole that I cannot believe that they're in. And today is that day if they want to dig themselves out of it. If they don't do it today, I think phase 2 is already kaput for them. And that's more of a gap that they're leading for those top squads. So much to talk about here. As we go in here, let's take a look at the schedule and see where everybody is lining up here. We're going to start off in the jungle.
Hey.
Boom, with that Sanhok match. I know you're hyped about that, Glitter.
You know, they did that for me. They did that for me so that we could come out of the gate with some action for the first game of the day. Actually, I am very hyped for that. I think that's going to be a great way to kick everything off.
Sanhok, double Aaron Gale, double Miramar to finish it all off. I mean, we've seen some pretty insane Miramar matches lately, Seven. Let's take a look at the teams so you can see exactly who is starting off in this Sanhok match. And I think it's going to be a good thing for squads like back-to-back, you know, MEZEXIS. They are going to be sitting out of that Sanhok match, which is that most, you know, you never know what's going to happen inside of it. So they're going to have the tried and true maps to get this done here, Seven, for today. No excuses.
Yeah, bro, we usually don't disagree on much, but I am going to have to disagree on back-to-back not playing this Sanhok. Because that is the only win that back-to-back has gotten this phase 2 was on that Sanhok, where they, in a way, pretty much just kept getting blessed by the zone. And they ended up winning it, and I think they ended up with something of the likes of 11 eliminations. I'm pretty sure this team was hoping that they will get a chance to play that Sanhok. But you know who is happy that they get a chance to play the first Sanhok? Nova Esports. You mentioned it earlier. This team has pretty much been guaranteeing a second place every single time, except for one Sanhok that they have played. So, you need some heals? I got you. Look at that. Here you go.
It's too early for the props, Seven. We can't have the props already.
Too early for the props. All right, enough of this. Let's go ahead and take a look at an awesome Sanhok video. We'll be right back afterwards.
Among all the competitive PUBG Mobile experiences, Sanhok comes in as the fastest one for its compact size and brief zone delays. Therefore, keeping up with the Sanhok pace is a must to excel in its guerrilla warfare. Loot has never been an issue in Sanhok, with level 3 gears scattered all over the map. Whether you are the Lords from Paradise Resort or a lurker from the extreme corners like PANTHERS, every team gets their hands full of lucrative loot no matter where they drop. However, young players often make the mistake of looting for an extended period of time to build the perfect loadouts and let the zone surpass them. Unlike other maps, rotations in Sanhok are often made on foot, as the zone centralizes pretty fast. So staying in the blue can cost you dearly when a team inside the zone senses your presence. All they have to do is stop you from advancing, and with each passing second it becomes more difficult to step inside the zone ever again. With zone collapses starting as quick as 30 seconds, players will never be able to make it in, while the zone damage forces you to halt and pop healing items. This makes it even harder to keep up with the shrink speed. Therefore, prioritize the circles over loot. If you are a loot goblin, consider dropping into a central location in the map where the distance between you and the safe zone is much shorter. Now, when you have the center, you can back off teams in a similar fashion and keep them at a disadvantage. Make sure you are always on the move in Sanhok whenever you are not at the center of the circle. The edges are far more dangerous in this map, with multiple teams crashing into each other as the circle closes in. In the worst case scenario, where you're sure that you won't be able to make it into the safe zone, the heal battle meta has got you covered. Professional teams tend to carry as many healing items as possible, especially first aid kits that are available in abundance in Sanhok. All healing items are then given to one player who stays out in the blue zone and continues to use them while the rest of the team tries a desperate push into the safe zone. Even if the push fails, the heal battle can guarantee you a good placement in the match, as the end circles eliminate most of the teams trying to fight their way in. But if you are confident that you can take the win, you are welcome to take your chances in the guerrilla warfare.
Sanhok, where Papa Blue is king. I like how you said that earlier, Seven. You know, we saw back-to-back get blessed on Sanhok, and that is every player's dream, because if you get blessed in Sanhok, you're going to put up some serious elimination points right there. And I wonder, Glitter, we've seen Nova get that second place with like, what, 99% success rate with that heal strat. Are we going to see another squad? Yeah. Are we going to see another squad finally be able to actually pass them up?
I mean, you know that they're going to try. You know they're certainly going to try. I think it all boils down to if Nova goes out early, because otherwise Nova is going to be doing their best to hold on to that title, Seven. Okay, I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it came down to their rotation, actually. When they didn't get that win, they got caught off on a rotation by Joey, nonetheless, from Korean Barbecue Lovers. And that's kind of what stopped them. They didn't decide to back off. They didn't decide to do anything. They just decided to continue on with that fight. And it didn't work out for them. Now, I have seen, to be fair, though, I have seen some of the other teams trying to go for a heal strat. But Nova's just too OP at that, man. Nova has it down to a science. I think the other teams might start catching up to that.
Yeah, I think other teams are doing it as a backup strategy. Nova, that is their strategy, right? Let's take a look here at the Sanhok map performance to see how all the squads have done so far. I still think we need an average healing. We need an average healing on this graph here, Seven.
If we did, I mean...
to the moon! To the moon!
Yeah, the graphic would not be able to support it. I think Nova would end up averaging, I think, 2,000. Last time we checked, it was 2,000 healing every single match. But one thing that I do want to point out, I mean, APHELION Esports does get a chance to play this first match. So hopefully they'll be able to kind of get themselves out of that rut that they're currently in and start getting some points and start working their way up. Because, I mean... if I'm APHELION Esports and I'm seeing the way Nova's performing, I'm seeing the way Panthers are performing, and Knights too, considering this is one of the strongest maps for Knights as well, I'll be a little bit scared, because when it comes down to the bonus points, you don't want to be too much at the bottom, even though they're currently leading in the bonus points. I don't know, Glitter. Hopefully APHELION can start off with not maybe a win, but maybe a top 3.
See, that's what I'm saying. They need that little bit of a bounce back. I know they had an incredible phase 1, but today is it's the time for them to kind of bring that back from phase 1 into phase 2, and like you said, make sure they're continuing to solidify themselves in the individual phase leaderboards, the overall leaderboards, the bonus leaderboards. There's a lot they have to pay attention to.
So much to pay attention to. Okay, now here's the deal. Before we had Sandstorm on the desk, and we had the Sandstorm curse, okay?
Uh-oh.
Now I want to see if now we could possibly have the glitter blessing, okay?
Reverse
Bro, it's Glitterdamus. It's
Glitterdamus was a very, very OP. She had that crystal ball, was predicting everything. So I'm going to ask you this, Glitter.
I'm a little
out of
rusty,
all
though.
those teams that need to bounce back, which one are you going to give your blessing? How about that?
I'm
Not
giving it
predict, just give the blessing.
I'm giving it to Knights.
The Knights?
Giving it to Knights.
Okay. Why?
Because we said today is day 3. That's the day where anyone that needs a little bit of a bounce back for this phase is going to happen. And after listening to both of your expert analyses on the current state of affairs for a lot of these squads, I was debating between back-to-back and Knights. And I'm sorry, but the Coops is just too unstoppable. And it's Knights all the way.
Good point. All right, Seven. What about you?
I'm with that. I'm with Knights, actually. I mean, I'm looking at the leaderboard here, brother. One team that performed really well in phase 1 was WALLSTREETBETS. We really haven't seen much of them besides the 2nd place finish and a 4th place finish. THIRDEYE, they kind of been on a slump. The Chosen, by the way, the Chosen has been one of those teams that has been trying to do the heal strat, so maybe they would have a good match. So everything comes down to the Knights. It's Sanhok. We just saw the match performance. We saw what they've been able to do. Coops is usually Coops. So yeah, I'm with Glitter on this.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to go against both of y'all, and I'm going to give it to back-to-back, okay? Come on, back-to-back, please. Get it done, all right? So hopefully we'll see them in the next 4 matches as we get into this Sanhok match. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. Let's take it on over to Zute and Span Cargo for the first match. Sanhok.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. We're back for day number 3 of this week, and we're jumping straight into Sanhok. The biggest thing for me today is Span. Just the points table. It's Nova. I mean, Glitter's here, so it kind of makes sense. I feel like, like Glitter's favorite team is Nova. I think with Nova's amount of points, they like summoned her to the desk. Like it's got to be. That's how it works.
You know, yeah, I believe that. And I'm actually quite happy. We're all here. It's like one big reunited family. I'm pretty excited and happy to be with everyone once again. And I'm excited to be getting into this first match because just as you said, this leaderboard for this week is very different. You know, I wasn't here the last 2 days and I come back and I'm like, whoa, the hit list, HQA, Korean barbecue lovers, a little bit of execute.
Yeah.
They're all doing really well right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams that needed to step up. They really did. Besides Nova. Nova didn't need to step up, but I mean, hey, they did it anyways. And yeah, you see right there, the eliminations right now. Nova, 2 of the 3 players in the top 3. And man, highest damage. Of course, Coops is in there. We just heard the desk taking predictions who's gonna, nail this game, and a lot of them pick the Knights. When Coops is on point, Coops is usually gonna somewhat carry the team. And I hate saying that because it makes it sound like, it's just Coops putting in work on the Knights. All the other players on the Knights are so good in their own manners, but it's just like Coops just, I don't know, it seems like they just feed the eliminations to him. Speaking about eliminations, THIRDEYE already picking up 2 players of 4 bros is down to 2. And yeah, it looks like this one's starting off pretty fast. And I love what the Knights is doing, by the way. They know back-to-back isn't in the lobby, so they do back-to-back split, plus they keep boot camp for themselves.
Got to make sure that they're sending people out so that nobody's going to be rushing up on top of them. Whoever goes into boot camp, I swear, whoever gets right to the south of them on top of that mountain usually really messes up that team. So I like that they actually spread out to make sure that that can't happen. Korean barbecue lovers might be spotted out before anything else can happen. And yeah, I saw one of the members of Most Wanted out of here as well. And it looks like that's because they're in a fight with Dope. Looks like Mal might be following close after if Flash is going to be aggressive on this one. Looks like he's is kind of debating whether or not he wants to fully take this. We can see his teammate Illusion in the distance, probably waiting for him to get a little bit closer before making this last push onto this most wanted player. But I don't even know where his closest teammate is. I think it's going to be a while before he can kind of get help. And here comes Illusion. The pushes should be happening soon here for Dope.
I feel like this most wanted drop was just a little bit messy. I think they wanted to drop in this area because Execute's not here, but Dope came here as well. And 2 of them backed off on Manu. He committed by himself. Now he's kind of forced in a 1v2. He has the S12K. If he could get the first knock cleanly, it might be good. And perfect without losing any extra HP. Vector with 19 HP. Oh, he could win this. He's feeling it.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he was just able to heal up a little bit. I really thought it was over because of his HP, but he was able to find bandages, as you can see that. No! I was going to say the shotgun doing so well, but Illusion backing off. He knew he needed to get in control of that push, so he used that window. That was a really good play from Illusion, but unfortunately most wanted. That means they're down to a duo.
Yeah, that Vector without an extended mag, you only get 19 shots with it, and that thing fires fast. If he had the extended mag with that puppy, I think he could have pre-fired all the way through and gotten the knock on Illusion as well. At least he picked up 1 point. So in a 1v2 situation, if he could pick up 1 point, that's not too terrible. But overall, most wanted as a team on the overall leaderboards, they need more than that 1 point. They need a lot of points, especially with their last week's performance too, if you factor that in as well.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for either of them. I mean, they're definitely doing better this week than last week, but still not by much. I mean, last time they were literally in 20th, if I'm not mistaken, and now they're in 15th. So at least they were able to get that point. You're right. Thinking about it a little bit more, I feel like Dope shouldn't have let that point happen. Like, one came from behind him, one came from up the stairs, one came from down the stairs. That was a little bit of an interesting decision. So pushing together as 2 for that one person. So that makes me a little bit upset at Dope for losing one of their members, but you know, silver lining, most wanted got another point to try and help themselves climb up the leaderboard a little bit more. And APHELION, I'm glad we're actually looking at them because I'm so
what
surprised.
Are your thoughts?
What is happening? They're in 16th place right now. What is happening? Like, they've been getting how they got their placement points. Sorry, most of their points was placement points, and now all the placement points that they have is 19. They have more kill points, elimination points. They have 20 elimination points and 19 placement points. Like, that's just wrong from what APHELION showed us all of last week.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's happening. However, actually, it was this day last week, exactly a week ago, that the Knights were in the same position that APHELION is right now. And it was today that the Knights brought it back insanely. Now I'm wondering if APHELION is going to do the same thing. They have to, right?
Yeah, the Knights last week went from 18th to 3rd in 1 day, if I'm not mistaken. So I absolutely love that you pointed that out. That is such a great potential storyline, but to be honest with you, I don't think APHELION's got what it takes. Like, the Knights, they could pull that off because they're the Knights, they're seasoned, they're veteran. And honestly, with APHELION, well, we question, can they have a lucky day? Yes, maybe their first day was lucky. Day 2, okay, maybe they're consistent. Day 3, 4, and 5 of first week, okay, maybe this team is actually good. But now, after seeing those first 2 days on week 2, hey, maybe they just proved to us there's such thing as having an entire lucky week. Because if they don't show any signs of life today, I'm going to chalk up their week 1 performance to, like, somewhat skill for sure. You know, like, you can't just get 270 something points purely on luck. But I'm going to have to chalk up week 1 to mostly luck and decent skill, but not the other way around.
Well, I guess then I'm curious. After all the games today, I want to see if APHELION got in first place last week from luck, or if these last 2 days were just bad luck or just bad days for them.
Maybe.
Like the Knights had 2 bad days last week. Maybe. We'll see. I feel like I don't want to make a call either way right now. I feel like I want to wait for today to be over.
You bring up a good point. Maybe they had 2 unlucky days, right? So, now I kind of feel bad. I just really grilled into them.
You're
but
a bully.
But I mean, honestly, I just feel like with any new team, I'm definitely rooting for them to be like a
Yeah.
really strong team. It's always great to see new teams come up, any strong teams for that matter, whether they're veteran season or new. But it's just like for me as a competitive player, you don't really earn my full trust in you guys being a veteran, like a seasoned, like top tier one team until you really, really prove it, right? Because that's how it goes. Like I've been in the scene for a while on my
Yeah.
own team. We've had like days where we just pop off, and then other days it's like we don't know what we're doing. So it's like that's not consistency.
You know, I totally agree with your criticism. I was just kind of, playing a little bit of devil's advocate. I kind of want to see what happens after today to kind of make that call. Because, I mean, last week we were very shocked that the Knights weren't doing well in those first 2 days, right? Like, that's unusual, I feel like. So I feel like that wonder is justified. That criticism is justified.
Well, Circle 1 is closing slowly right now. It's a little bit down towards the south, as some of you guys may have seen. Teams are slowly rotating in. Not too much action, honestly. Like, this is Sanhok. Most of the action happens, towards the later stages of the game where it blows up and all-out chaos. For this circle in particular, though, I want to see a southwest ending, like away from the main island, away from the northwest island. Like, we've seen endings on both of those, but besides the southwest. And I think if it does end on the southwest, you might see something really interesting with Korean barbecue lovers, right? Because they're smack dab in the center of the zone, and they've been doing really well this week compared to last week. They've been really, putting everything together, not making as many mistakes. And if it shifts southwest, it gives Korean barbecue lovers a huge, huge advantage that they might be able to take advantage of.
I'm actually excited for that because even last week we were kind of talking about how I feel like it's after the first week of event where the game really starts. Like after that first week, people understand what's happening inside of the lobby and what they have to do to be successful. And we were surprised Korean barbecue lovers with all the veteran players we're used to seeing not doing so well was a little bit of a shocker. And you're right, like now they're doing very well. So I want to see what they're going to be doing inside of Painan. They're actually doing something quite interesting right now. 2 of them are inside Painan and the other 2 are actually more towards that southwest up the hill above Painan. So yeah, there we go. We get to see it. So I think that's an interesting decision. Right below them is like is a person that I'm a little bit concerned about, kind of sneaking on them. But if the zone does go that direction, it's always really interesting to see how people make rotations in there since it's kind of like this detached island and it looks like we're getting it.
There we go. Yeah, southwest island finish. Now, this area of the map, I would say in terms of chaos, it's not as chaotic as some other areas of the map because the sight lines are a lot longer than usual than other areas of the Sanhok map. Now, that hill that KBL is on, it stretches pretty wide out, and you can take some really long-range, clear sightline shots. And then just the rest of the map, it's hilly, but it's not as perfect scene, perfect shot right here. Like you can notice, like there's more potential long-range engagements than not, and the Knights taking a fast rotation with the vehicle right across the bridge. Wow.
Ooh.
Really utilizing vehicles. I've never seen a rotation like that down to the southwest before with the car.
The other 2 members of the Knights are still on the other side of the river, though, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we can see them right there inside of those buildings. I guess they decided to go out with the vehicle to kind of test that bridge, and now there's no way the other 2 are making that rotation after being shot out by the Panthers. I guess they have this nice kind of split on this river, though. They can take a lot of shots at people trying to make their rotation. I think that is what makes it hard to get on this island. You're right. Like, there are so many, like, wide open spots that people can kind of get an eye on. Like, even look at this. Moso has such a huge line of sight onto a member of Ace over there that it's really hard to go anywhere. Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah, that camp, that split by Ace of Spades, I like what you said. Perfect, right? They had one player split exactly where one of the Panther players would want to cross for a split, like, journey onto the other island. And the other player's split perfectly mirrored. It's like these 2 teams are thinking exactly alike. And that brings up an interesting point that I want to make. Like, when you're playing at the higher tier levels, where teams are more and more experienced, they start to think the same way. Like if a high-level team were to try and cross over, which points of entry would they cross over? Here and here. So this is where we're going to play our splits. And they just played right into it.
Yeah, but these bridges down here are a little bit spooky. It does look like the Knights got away with it, while the Panthers are not. Oh, trying to run for the res or something. But it's actually 19 Esports that was getting involved with that one, no? Like, they're all the way by cave. This is a perfect spot for them to kind of pick up these eliminations if they could. No, Ace actually got the confirm onto one of them, but that's a... It's so bad for the Panthers right now. That's all I can say on this situation, actually.
Panthers are down to a solo. They can't get a revive on either of these players, and it's just this new zone, right? We haven't seen this zone before, so I love what Ace did. They decided to camp the crossing. So the Panthers, and for every other team, they're not used to, rotating onto this island yet. They don't know what certain teams will do. So Ace decides to, pull out, a camp, and it worked perfectly on the Panthers. I'll tell you what, though, if the circle goes down to this island again, that's not happening. The Panthers are probably going to do a completely different type of rotation.
Now I'm really interested to see how Ace is going to handle like Esports trying to come into the location now, because now there's no more surprise. Wow, okay. The hit list, that was a lot of shots, Ace, towards Clock, but Clock will get it. 4Bros is out. Oh, why 4Bros? Why do they keep doing this? I feel like I keep rooting for them, and then unfortunately, they just keep going out. The zone is going to push even further down to the southern side. And there's actually, what is happening down there on the south?
Rotation.
Are people swimming and being held out?
I think there was a rotation, and Nova, being Nova's, just new to camp the water side. That's some 200 IQ stuff right there. Like, Southern Circle, there's going to be at least one team trying a rotation. So they actually have 3 players here, and Koi is on the main island, just like deep in the center of zone. So, I mean, okay, so I pulled the narrative yesterday that Nova, they usually just play their own game. They go into, their rotations, play their splits in the middle, try and get close. But this week, they have really gone out of their way to just fight other teams, because this week they realized, like, hey, we're better than these teams. Why don't we just go ahead and eliminate them and then play our own game? And that is exactly that right there.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, you could definitely tell, Dope kind of getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here, the Chosen kind of pulling them apart. But I have to agree, because of the 3 down to the south, and Koi, you're right, was seriously just in the center of this new zone. Running around. Like, if you are not confident in your abilities, like, you wouldn't be doing that. You'd be with the rest of your team. Okay, I'm actually interested to see how this fight's going to go down. Spec just healed back up from being like 5 HP as Ace are just descending down upon this compound. This compound is in a huge bowl. So as we can see, Star making a rotation, they might be able to actually overwatch this and really kind of be a little bit of annoyance towards this fight that's happening here. Spec preparing that nade. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick up at least one member of Ace. Nope, it's going to instead explode that door, but I like that Ace is keeping 2 up for right now, hopefully to stop those rotations. I actually think it worked right then, peeking a window, but still, the other 2 members in a 2v2 inside this house, a little bit nervous for right now. Excited to see who the next knock is going to be.
Yeah, Ace of Spades looking really structured. They kept one player on top of the hill and it worked perfectly. They got the knock onto Xenox. They've added a bit more pressure with that knock. They haven't fully pushed, which I like. They're playing a little bit more methodical, but it could still go wrong. Because Spec here knocks one, and the trade is perfect out of Tensa. They're going to try and send another player in there to take down Tensa. The Knights holding cross angles. They should try and send one over to help, and Koops is showing up to the party. It's a 3v2 situation. Now a 3v1. The Knights, such a strong, resilient team. They got the reset onto Xenox there, and I think they got the confirmations there. Yep. Ace of Spades eliminated. That was a very good attempt and effort out of Ace, though. It almost looked like Ace could have had a chance to take down the Knights, even with the Knights having the defensive advantage.
Even the 3rd person alive there feels kind of bad. He was trying to exit out that door, but his down teammate was already crawling through it. And you know how slow they are. There's no way that he was backing up out of that. So It was a nice attempt. I agree. Like that first knock, I really thought maybe they had something there. Looks like APHELION also trying to bring it back a little bit, actually going for elimination points. And this one, THIRDEYE, being caught on the other side of this. They're not going to be happy about this. Now deep inside of the blue zone, just kind of crossed over them right here. One's going to be officially flushed out, and another knocked actually with a big nade coming in from one of the members of APHELION. There's only 2 left now. One's really close, and the other is in a vehicle. I bet he's going to try and disengage and kind of go around this to survive as a solo.
Potentially. I don't know how many first aids he has, but probably not as many as Nova. Speaking of Nova, the zone's actually ending pretty much on where they loot. Where the circle shifted all the way. Yeah, the circle shifted all the way down to Sami. I've seen this like maybe once or twice in my whole entire competitive career. So this is going to be quite interesting. Might get really chaotic as Alucard, the last one up from Most Wanted. Oh! I thought for a second, when he got the first clean knock, he was about to get the second clean follow-up.
Same.
But the other shotgun, the other shotgun answered right back, nah, you only get one. And that is Most Wanted taken out. Nova, they're just so, it looks like they just do whatever they want. Like, they don't have 4 players all together. They have 2 here. 2, I think they're on a hill down to the very southwest, like a hill with really long sightlines. I feel like that's the only reason why they would put 2 on the edge of zone over there. Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, this Nova team just like playing splits in areas we've never seen splits done before. That is Nova for you.
And I'm actually interested to see how they're going to utilize that up on top of the hill kind of angle on everything else inside the zone. I feel like they're able to see a lot from there, especially as people are starting to run on in. Looks like Knights, unfortunately, going to be losing at least Xenox as they're just trying to catch up with this blue zone. Currently the furthest point from this blue zone, getting completely destroyed from the HITLIST. The HITLIST is a team that has been doing better, and it looks like right now they're going to be getting at least a few onto the Knights. There we go, adding to their elimination count of 4, and spotting out APHELION to the southern side. Okay, interesting. They're really deciding that they have to do damage now because the zone is upon them, and there's still so many people rotating in this area, actually. I don't think anybody was expecting this zone to pull as where it did.
There was like 4 teams rotating, all shooting at each other as they're trying to run in from the blue. The HITLIST getting the better end of all of that, but that's because they came in the latest. However, that blue zone, it's going to start chunking them down now. It's going to start hurting, but they've picked up 6 eliminations so far. And speaking about coming in last, the THIRDEYE player, Bolty, that's 2 points right there. And the circle shifts once again to the west. Okay, I haven't seen a zone in here before. This is going to be fun. But the HITLIST, I just want to mention, they've been doing really well this week. They really brought it back. They were 2nd place overall coming into today. And I was a little bit worried on Sanhok, right? It's like Sanhok's a bit tougher of a map, especially given this zone. But I think they made it work by just picking up at least 6 elimination points. That's really good still.
I agree. And last week, they didn't even make it into the Livic match. So they didn't even get any, they didn't get to attempt to try to get more bonus points than what they got. So I think this week, they definitely we want to make it onto that Livic match. We want to try and get our chance at getting those higher bonus points than just what we got in that 17th place. So I think that's also interesting. Yeah, they were in 7th. Okay. Well, it looks like Bolty is just going to continue to rip him apart, though. He's just taking more shots for share. This is so unfortunate. Yep, there he goes. Blue zone. They couldn't do anything. Both of them were just taken out by blue.
That's Sanhok for you, especially when zone shifts this far away. Now I got Nova and HQA, both teams in really strong position in the zone. Arguably, HQA is in a better position, more in the center of zone. But Nova already has 6 eliminations, even though zone has shifted pretty much. HQA from long range taking down another team. That's KBL being taken down. The Chosen up in the distance. Everyone's sandwiching in on the eastern side, and Nova and HQA are duking it out on the western side, and the zone's going to end towards the west on the buildings of HQA.
That's going to be really interesting, especially as Nova actually, they're kind of in a position where they might be able to sweep into 2 of the members of HQA, but we'll have to wait and see. It looks like the Chosen, meanwhile, will also just be eliminated. Korean Barbecue Lovers still holding on. I think this is still quite exciting. The Chosen, they did pretty decent last week, and now they're not whatsoever, and Korean Barbecue Lovers, the complete opposite. So that's a little bit of an interesting dynamic from that fight happening. Also, Coops, still alive for his team. There's so many people. Star Gaming also to the southern side. All of them are going to have to make rotation. Basically, every single team needs to make rotation into HQA on this zone. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, extremely rough. Coops is going to try and do what he can, only for 4 first aid kits. I think he's going to pop this one. Oh, he's actually going to try and stall it out to first aid as much as possible. With 3 left, he could come in behind Star and take out all 3. I mean, this is Coops we're talking about. And Star Gaming using the smokes as best as they can, but as soon as they run through the clearing of the smokes, all eyes on them. That's 1 down. HQA will farm these points pretty much. And Nova taking shots as well.
Oh no. Oh no. I was going to say there's still 1 member of Star Gaming left, and looks like he'll be able to take down at least 1 HQA member. See, HQA, they're just so spread in that mini map across all of these buildings, and everybody just needs to rotate towards them. That I mean, that was going to happen. Coops, he's still running towards them right now. He might be able to kind of mess with Star Gaming just a little bit, but really HQA still seems like the strongest. Koi, it seems like he's just kind of chilling out in the blue zone right now. His teammates just on the edge of zone. Oh my goodness. This Korean Barbecue Lovers love this next zone shift. It's still rough for everybody else though.
Definitely rough. They got the revive off for Star Gaming. And oh, here comes a nade in from Yi. Zone shifted to that northeast, so they got to push. I like the aggression of Star. Instead of hiding inside the building, waiting to get naded, they push right out. That's another Nova player down. Koi with 13 first aid kits. I don't think that's enough to get 2nd place, though, honestly. Maybe Nova might end up 3rd place, and Coops still just, I don't know. Coops might do something crazy, or he might just get, eliminated. I don't know. It's Coops. Anything could happen with Coops. As HQA taking down the last of Nova. Star Gaming now taking down HQA. That is 2 really great knocks. HQA down to 1. Star with 2, and KBL still up with their 2 players.
Oh man, it's just so hard to make the cross on this street. Here we go, the rest of Star Gaming pushing forward. There is, okay, Faker is still alive, which I think is interesting for HQA, him being a really good player for his team. But now 2 members of Star versus 2 members of Korean Barbecue Lovers and Coops as kind of a wild card in this. I'm not quite sure who's gonna win.
I think Faker's about to go down right now, and if that nade doesn't connect, they should 2v1 rush him. Because that's a guaranteed elimination and a potential higher placement. They don't know how many are up from HQA, but it's very likely, you know, there's only 1 in there. Otherwise, they have to run into the open and just get crossfire. So I do want to see Star Gaming push this and then just do their best. KBL could get the win here. It all kind of comes down to what happens with Coops, in my opinion, as they do go for the push. Faker playing this really well, but the trade is good.
Oh, and Acer, he's right there. There's no way. Okay, good. I was like, there's no way that he lets that res happen. Start Gaming is out. Beautiful named coming in from Korean Barbecue Lovers. And now look at this. Okay, it's 2v1v1, kind of. Coops still alive versus 2 members of Korean Barbecue Lovers.
Coops supremacy. Hashtag Coops supremacy in the chat right now. Everyone watching this, hashtag Coops supremacy. He's going to clutch this and get the chicken dinner.
Koi,
wait, why are we on Koi? Let's run it back. Let's run it back to Coops. Something might happen any second now.
Oh, he actually did get second though.
Oh, that's
he's so low. It's over.
Oh, I had to hold my breath there because I thought I was going to witness something spectacular, and which I did. Korean Barbecue Lovers take the chicken dinner. We were talking about how this team has been doing better and better, especially in this new week. That like reset, I think that's what they needed. And Korean Barbecue Lovers, they take the win. And I just remembered, I called it out. If the zone shifts southwest with Korean Barbecue Lovers, you know, starting in Painan, they have a really good opportunity to do something good here. And a chicken dinner, what better can you do? And I want to throw a shout out to Oops. We saw the Knights were getting blitz fired from every angle as they were running in. Somehow Coop survives and gets a second place.
Kind of surprising. Usually it's Koi that grabs that, but not this time. Well, we're going to throw it on over to highlights and then see what the desk has to say about it.
Korea barbecue lovers, woo, eating that one up right there. That's how you get it done. Look to see, like, hey, Nova getting third place this time, not second. The Knights get up there as well, Glitter. You threw the Knights the blessing, and it worked out, and that is how you get it done. Match number 1 is in the books. We still got 4 more left to go here today. Why don't we go ahead and bring up the match ranking 7 to see how this one all turned out.
I mean, you mentioned it perfectly. Knights being able to come out with the second place finish. Don't worry, we're going to get a chance to talk about Nova, Korean barbecue lovers, with a 21-point win. I mean, that's impressive right there. We'll also get a chance to talk about them. And you know what? Let's talk about Nova right now. They really didn't have to rotate that much. And I feel like that's why Koi didn't have enough heals to be able to clutch up that second place. But they're going to be happy, though. 10th place, 10 placement points, and then on top of that, 7 elimination points. And something that you were mentioning too, Glitter, when we were watching that game, is usually teams that don't really have to rotate that much, they don't end up with a lot of limbs. But Nova was able to do it.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that. And another team that we were talking about before they went out definitely earlier than they would have liked was the HITLIST. The HITLIST had a serious amount of elim points, as did THIRDEYE, but you could see there on the placement point side of things, they weren't able to follow those elims up with the placements, but at least starting off the day with some really, really solid aggression. And then as we take a look onto the second page here, because of how many of these teams on the first page kind of point sponged a lot of these elims, the second page is not as impressive as the first page. I mean, those top 8 squads really kind of took out the majority of this lobby, and then you get a couple of points on the board for the Chosen, 19, APHELION, Esports, but after that it just gets slower and slower, less and less points from there. And some of these teams were squads that we had talked about at the beginning of the day, Jukes, as needing to have a really solid day 3.
Yeah, we sure did. And APHELION going out early like that, that one has got to hurt. You know, and these next coming up games that we got as well, back-to-back are finally going to be playing up in this one. So, you know, they got to be excited, ready to go. But we're still talking about this last match here. Let's take a look here at the top damage for all of these squads. See how that all turned out. The Knights, Nova, put up some serious damage here, Glitter.
Yeah, see, this is what we were just talking about. I mean, so many of these squads did a really, really good job of converting their damage into elims. They took a lot of points off the board away from other people. I mean, even looking all the way down at the bottom of the list, obviously Knights, Nova, HQA Star, all doing incredibly well. But HITLIST, I talked about them on the match ranking as well. I mean, they had 6 elims with only 706 damage, 7. That is the type of efficiency we love to see.
Yeah, when we're talking about conversion, like, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want to see out of the HITLIST. Even though APHELION Esports didn't end up having that much placement, I am in a way kind of happy to see them on this leaderboard for the top damage. 719 damage to only 2 elims. At least we know they are trying to be aggressive. This was a team that on phase 1, they were super, super aggressive. They were getting away with some nice wins over some of the other teams. Maybe this could be a bit of a kickstart for them in a way.
Yeah, hopefully this could be the one that we need to see here. As a matter of fact, Seven, when it comes to APHELION, I think we need to take a look at this line graph to see exactly how they've been performing. I know it's been up and down and down, and oh, it doesn't look too good, Seven.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good at all, man. We've been talking about this team for a minute now. I mean, we talked about them a lot during phase 1 because they did so well. Here in phase 2, we're talking about how is it completely opposite for them, and this line graph shows it perfectly. You can see in the last 5 games, I mean, 5 points, 10. By the way, these are total points per game. 5 points, 10 points, 0, 3, and 3. Like, that's not the consistency that we want to see out of APHELION, because if we go back to the points that they were actually able to get in phase 1, they were averaging somewhere around like 13.1 points.
Yeah.
So far on this week, they're only averaging about 4.67. So that's why I was saying during that top damage, they were able to show themselves. I'm hoping that Trick, which had an amazing phase 1, and Nate might be able to wake up and actually just bump up that team a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we need. You see that 1-star player get a good match under the belt, get that energy back in them, and hopefully we can see that momentum start to rise for APHELION, because it's definitely seemed to kind of taper off here in this second phase. Now, one team that we saw starting to kind of get chugging along, right, is Korean barbecue lovers. Korean barbecue lovers there putting up some big stats, and I was talking about it, how Joey superior to all, but Acer putting up some big points here on the board for Korean barbecue lovers. Glitter.
See, and you know, we also saw them popping up on our top damage. They were another squad that had some really, really efficient conversion when it came to their elims versus their damage output. And we see this reflected here, even just with Acer. I mean, 270 damage for Acer, but still able to get the 4 elims, 3 knockouts. Like you're saying, Jukes, Acer's putting in work. And then when you look at the rest of the team, even just obviously you're getting some damage across the board from the rest of the squad, but even when we were watching that final top 5 moments, I mean, they had really solid positioning. They had the best spot of everybody that was just kind of all trying to fight in and outside and around that one building. It all came down to whether or not Goops could really handle a 1v2 in those final moments, and the Korean barbecue squad was able to clean it up. I mean, they are starting off the day with a really, really solid performance, and they played it smart. Okay? They didn't have to push anything too aggressively when they didn't need to.
Absolutely correct. And one team, one player in particular that doesn't have to push, aggressively at all, it's Koi, all right? Koi, all he's got to do is just sit back, relax, and spam that healing button. 1,700 heals. Hey, this is actually down than what we've seen from before, 7.
That's his lowest performance right there on the Sanhok, besides the one where they didn't end up getting 2nd place or 3rd place. And this is what I was talking about earlier. By the way, we usually kind of meme this a little bit, but you can get some actual good info out of this. It came down to just they weren't able to, they didn't really have to rotate. They couldn't really loot the usual path they tend to loot. And that's what ended up happening. But for him to still be able to clutch up a 3rd place, I think Nova's going to be pretty happy about that. And since we have some extra time too, Hot Jukes, I know you like to compare Joey and Acer. You'll be happy to hear, or you might not be happy to hear. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
Both of those players are currently tied for phase 2 at 10 eliminations.
Say what? But you know what?
Acer stepped it up.
No, let me tell you what. Let me tell you. Joey's eliminations mattered more. Okay, they were more clutch. Okay, they were necessary for his team to win the match. Okay, Acers were just fluff. They were just for fun. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
If it makes you happy, Joey has one more knock. So.
Okay. All right. So hey, you know what? What my saying is continues to be true. Everybody out there, of course, make sure that you're going and talking about this right now. Talk about your favorite players. If I'm right, I'm wrong, tag us. And of course, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA, because one of your posts may just end up here on the show, Glitter.
Who's better? Who's better? Joey or
better?
Acer? Let us know. Hashtag PMPLNA.
Okay.
That's right. Let us know. Let us know now as we get on to match number 2, the first game for back-to-back MEZEXIS and a whole bunch of squads. Take it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
You know, the Dust was just arguing about who's better, Joey or Acer. Did you notice one of those stat lines on Acer, Span? He had 0 damage received. He's Neo. 0 damage received, 4 eliminations, 270 damage. Neo right there. Like, not a single bullet touched him that match. So I think that automatically makes Acer better than Joey.
Okay, there's a new argument in the mix. I wonder what the Dusk has to say about that.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens in this game, though. Second match of the day. We are in to Erangel. No longer the chaos that is Sanhok. Erangel, tried and true map, always fun matches to watch, and every team has a chance at succeeding because easy to rotate, easy to navigate, and everyone knows this map inside and out.
And it looks like the plane's going to help him out just a little bit by being seriously straight down the center diagonally. I'm kind of scared that the first circle is going to choose to just smack straight in the center as well. And I hope it doesn't, but we'll have to wait and see as slowly everybody starts piling out. And we heard it here, the HITLIST, Cream Barbecue Lovers, Stargaming, and the Panthers are not playing in this match. And taking a look at that ranking, actually, that's very top heavy. I wonder if this will give an opportunity for a couple of those teams, like right below them, to kind of not worry about them existing in this game. And it might help them out. I'm kind of curious now.
Top heavy is really well put. Like last week, it was top heavy too with APHELION, just like soaking up all of the points.
True.
So we'll see what happens this week. I do feel like Nova is going to continue to chug right along because it's not like they're just playing crazy good. And it's just like, wow, they're insane this week. It's like you see them make an active switch in strategy. Like it's very like apparent. And to me, when you could notice something that apparent that a team is doing different and it suddenly boosts them up that high, I feel like that by all means is planned, calculated, practiced, no luck involved. They're just feeling it this week. This is just them just raising it up a level. And they know exactly how they raised it, and they could keep it going. First zone comes right up, a very northwestern circle, pretty much a 50-50 between the north and central island of Erangel.
Oh, but I sure am hoping, just like last week, we got some pretty good, like, kind of close to Sarky circles. Like, it'd be kind of sick if we got one of those again. That, or if we're sick of it, maybe I would like to see continue to kind of straddle that river there, kind of making it difficult for these guys to kind of choose, or maybe we can see some of those riverbank fights that we've seen a good amount of before, but I don't think we've quite caught one just yet here. Looks like APHELION is kind of almost sharing the same drop spot as Most Wanted here. They're right next to them. Like you can see them actually like checking out where Sleepless currently is. It looks like he's running for his life right now. Actually, this is not a good situation. I have a feeling they're going for it. Oh, or not.
I don't think they spotted him out, and I think they loot Lepovka typically. So just like dropping off the plane path, potentially getting into a scuffle with Most Wanted, but they got their vehicles now, going to Lepovka to loot that up. And this split, this PMPL NA split, Erangel has been really fun. We've had a zone end in the crates, right? And you weren't here for this one, but we also had a zone end in Quarry, like inside Quarry. Yeah. And you might have been here for this one, but a zone ended like towards Milta Power. Yeah, you were talking about the horse, the what you call it, the lung, right? The lung of Milta Power.
It is. It's a lung.
Yeah, you're right. It does look like a lung. I can't argue with that one. And like, as crazy as like how like these type of circles that we've gotten, we have yet to get a military-based circle. Like,
that's true.
I feel like last split we got like quite a few of them, and we didn't see these other crazy like a crate ending Milta Power or a Quarry ending. But now we're getting all these other crazy endings and no military base. It kind of makes me miss the military base chaos that ensues, when it does go that way.
See, now you say that, now they're like the entire rest of this week is going to be all military island circles. Because you're right. I feel like last split it was very much like most of the time military island, to the point where it's like, okay, well, teams have their usual spots on that island when it eventually pulls there. You're not wrong. And this time, I haven't quite seen it just yet. And you know that those teams that drop down there would absolutely love it if it happened. Like For Bros MEZEXIS, Panthers usually drop right in there. So. But no, maybe next match. Next one's Erangel as well, but definitely not this one.
Yeah. Nova on their rotation right now, rotating around the 5-minute mark. That's pretty standard, pretty typical. However, if we do follow along here, I feel like if we see them just see like another enemy player or potential team, I think the way Nova's playing now, they'll stop for like a minute just to see if they could do anything. And if it takes a little bit too long, they'll continue on with the rotation. Whereas before, they'll see enemy teams and players, they'll just ignore them. They'll quote-unquote play their own game, do their own rotation. But now, instead of just ignoring other people, they're going to take the fight to like various teams, whoever they see. And I think Seven pointed this out. Last game on Sanhok, typically when a team doesn't have to move around on Sanhok too much, they don't end up with too many eliminations. They get a lot of placement points, however.
True.
Last game on Sanhok, Nova still was very active, even though they didn't have to rotate in. They just played big splits. They just moved around the circle a bunch within the circle to just see whatever angles they could do to pick off players and enemy teams. So it's like they're just much more aggressive, to put it in a very blunt manner.
They were searching for things. Yeah, you're completely right. Like towards the end, I do wonder if they had like made the rotations a little bit sooner, if that would have changed anything with the how the end ended. But you know, there's no point in kind of speculating about it. I guess they did get 10 elimination points. It looks like baby tank for 19 Esports though. Oh, Nova's gonna take them out. I actually was wondering, Nova, they were kind of chasing Dope that entire time on that rotation, but it's not gonna be Dope that they get a fight in. It's actually gonna be an entirely different person, just one single person inside this building right here. I find that in itself a little bit interesting. 19 Esports, the rest of them are all like already inside crates, but one person was still unfortunately at that compound that Nova took.
I
That's
don't know.
really bad timing.
I don't know what they were doing, to put it simply. But yeah, Nova pick up a point. And I know I already said this, but Nova stopping there, like, that is nowhere near center. That's not a strong rotational position. Previous Nova, they would not stop there. They would just rotate, but instead they saw a player or saw something, and they'll stop there and pick up that point and then continue along. So it's just, this is a Nova we have never seen just yet. And I'm so glad they decided to flip this switch on. It is all of a sudden, it's like we already thought Nova was a strong top, like complete team. Now they're just showing us they could do, you know, multiple different play styles, and not just multiple different play styles, but put two different play styles together in one game and just optimize every like point possible.
And they clearly saw somebody in that compound because they got that elimination and then they left immediately. Like they're already not in that spot anymore. So that was definitely planned. They're like, oh, hey, look, there's a person. Let's go for it, you know? And that was it. That was the end of the discussion. And now they're going and looking for more people, it seems. Interesting. Gaji taking some shots towards 19 Esports as well. As we know, 19E, they already lost one person, and now it looks like they have a pretty good compound. Oh, I bet the Chosen was splitting it, weren't they? Gaji now inside the water, swimming towards the rest of his team inside of... I call it dice. I'm not sure what you kept calling it, but now it's 19 Esports territory, so they're kind of neighbors, kind of, by this bridge.
Oh, that the compound that the Chosen's at. I usually call that the cube compound because it's just
Cube. Okay.
Yeah, a nice little cube right in the middle of the zone. Speaking of which, if the zone does end around there, always fun matches to see because you have that river that's constantly in play and just one strong central power location that pretty much whoever controls that will just rack up a lot of points. But we'll see where the circle shifts here. Execute playing in this one very far to the north. They did not play the last match. Another team that didn't play the last match, back to back. They're playing now, and that circle, I like it. I dig it. Let's bring it far up north. Another unusual spot. Maybe it can land. Maybe the zone can end where that plane crashes. That would be cool to see.
That'd be sick, because we have seen like the extremes of like all the way up to the north, like by the cliffs.
Yep.
But we haven't gotten like an interesting location like plains just yet. I was kind of hoping for a river ending this time because we keep dancing around it and those are interesting, but it looks like we're not going to get it again. So I'm really curious where this is going to land. It looks like everybody, as per usual, in their vehicles immediately. It's going to be the Knights that get to the plane crash first, actually. And the Chosen, they were really close by, but it looks like they're going to go past because they heard the vehicles of the Knights, but they're not going to go too far away. This compound is like just down the hill, and honestly, this one's kind of hard to take a fight with unless you're shooting from afar, just as Xenox is doing right there. However, I don't think he can really do anything else about it, so he's just turning on back around, definitely kind of scoping out their territory right now and getting used to it. I'm definitely wondering how everybody else is going to start filling in around this. Usually you see at least one fight up there by planes, because that is a a really wanted spot usually.
Yeah, Knights are really good at defending though, and with the way they're playing, the split that I'm looking at the minimap, I think they have enough pressure all around to keep teams far enough away where they won't commit to that
what?
area. Oh. Was he just...
He was just there. He was just stopped there.
Okay. Just sitting there as Kill Switch having some issues driving that buggy, so he's like, you know what? I'll take my little truck, Jeep. That's what those are called, the Jeep. Instead, I was gonna mention something, but it completely slipped my mind. So, anyways. Southeast of the circle, a lot of teams here are taking the southeastern bridge rotation. No one really wanted to take those bridge rotations near Yasnaya because those are so deadly, especially with the way the circle shifted up north. But now, this kind of just ends up putting a lot of teams towards the eastern side. So if we see a circle shift hard to the west, that's going to cause a lot of chaos.
Yeah, and we're actually looking at it right now, which is nice to see. MEZEXIS, they've actually successfully made it through. WALLSTREETBETS, they were at a compound, just could not spot out MEZEXIS enough to take those shots. And you're right, back to back, there was Most Wanted. Like, so many teams made it cross through that. I really thought that there was going to be some sort of skirmish over there, but it seems like everybody kind of split off sort of successfully, except for what's happening in Severny here. As you can see, APHELION's there, and we got a couple members of THIRDEYE now piling on in. I actually really like, I need to point it out, what Ace is doing. We can see Blinky up there on top of that mountain. He and one of his other teammates are there on top of that mountain, and the other two are in that compound way over more towards the west. There we go. We can actually see it right there. And they've been in that compound before when the zone has kind of closed up there, and it got them into the end game. So now taking up this much space, actually that one person's in shooting range, like they're definitely trying to capitalize on the amount of space that they own.
Ace of Spades just, ooh. Well, up north once again. Yeah, up north once again we go. I want to see what Ace of Spades is going to do with this one. I feel like they got to condense down just a little bit. They're pretty much just spread all like super thin in that new circle. Everyone rotating in to the north. Execute once again taking that shoreline. They played that spot last time. I do believe they ended up with a second place finish against the Knights actually, where Knights took the chicken dinner. So they're playing a very familiar position. And Nova trying to take that shoreline side. I'm looking at the minimap, having to U-turn around as Angry Amateurs rotating in from the North George Pool area. A lot of teams still moving, still in their cars, seeing what's still open in this new circle.
It's not that much, honestly. We're going to see multiple teams inside of shooting range, like a ton to like the little field of shooting range to the western side. We already can see that Execute has taken most of the coast up to all the way to the north, but I'm sure that there's going to be at least one or two more people in there as well. And the Knights, they ended up doing really successful in this kind of zone last time inside of these forests right here. And we can see Nova kind of going in those same places. Okay, this is the fight that I felt like was going to happen. Most Wanted and APHELION, both of them were inside of Severny for a while, and now it looks like APHELION, unfortunately, with 2, now 3 down. Most Wanted also has 2. It's a 2v1, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Zuki. Yeah, Zuki's the last one alive there. He's trying to just drive away, but no, he got shot from somewhere else. They're out of this game first. I feel like, I don't know, they're just continuing to just not be able to do anything, especially against Most Wanted, who we know have struggled for so long. They're bringing it back, and unfortunately, APHELION is just, I don't even know what to say about it, honestly, CJ.
Yeah, APHELION, I think that's that. I think week 1 was just luck. It was just, yeah, I gotta call it like that. I mean, they had such a crazy week that I don't want to say it's luck, but the contrast is so stark that that's the only explanation for me, as Nemesis' quick reactions, getting the knock and quickly ducking back. That's going to be a very troublesome revive, to say the least, for the Chosen if they do elect to go for it. And Ace of Spades playing a nice split. This Ace of Spades team, okay, we know they're pretty good. They've been playing like pretty consistent, nothing like, you know, top 3 crazy, but every time the camera's on them today, I like how they're splitting up. I like how proactive they're being. They're looking like a top end tier team, just like from a glance at their positioning and their decision making.
Well, last week I feel like they also did pretty well. I'll say they were
Mhm.
closer to the top of the leaderboard. I feel like they, for a while, were like fighting for that like third-ish spot there. So
Mhm.
you're right, they have been doing pretty well. But this week I feel like their performance has dropped by a
Okay.
lot. But usually I like to see what they're doing. I feel like maybe we're hopefully going to see it back here a little bit. Fortunately for them, this zone does shift way more to the west. So that compound that they have that's usually really pivotal in these end games that end up here, I don't think it's going to be as useful anymore. I would.
Mhm.
They have to stay there for this zone though, because where else would you go in this? So they're going to have to play that edge for a while and just wait for this next zone to appear. And hopefully it'll be back towards them.
Of Angry Amateurs and Dope on that northwest. Zone is close by, but they got to fight each other on the way in here. The circle's getting smaller and smaller, and there's Execute just waiting on the other side of that. So a lot of teams having multiple teams to deal with now that we're in towards the late game. 15 teams still alive, 48 players remaining, and it's only going to drop down from here on out.
Ooh, nice shots coming through Illusions. Gonna get at least one knock onto Angry Amateurs. I mean, just too many people trying to play up here on the coast, as we were kind of talking about. And Execute, they should be watching this like a hawk right beside the fight that's happening right now. So even if one of these teams gets out, I don't think it's gonna be for long. They have the tiniest little bowl here that you can see Illusion is now trying to drive through, get those last couple of eliminations onto Angry Amateurs, but he's not gonna find it. And now he's taking damage from Execute. It's just, it's a hard rotation, kind of hard situation for Dope here, but it does look like Flash is going for that res onto Fishy here. They might just be able to get away with this, especially as Illusion. He's trying to make something happen, getting a little bit closer to Execute, but he only has a buggy as cover, and I am not too confident about it.
No, sir. And now Angry Amateurs, they're trying to get in. This is why I was saying I feel like they should have just taken the fight. Is at least you can maybe pick up some points and then like clear out that side. There's always going to be at least one team waiting for you. This team Execute still at 0 eliminations, but they are in a good position to pick up a lot more because they'll control the entire northwest side, gatekeeping out this Dope team and Angry Amateurs.
Okay, Flash is still alive though. He is making a drive right by Mayo, but it looks like they're not going to take any shots. He could technically find himself a spot inside of this next zone if he's super careful. Like, I think he has to be at like the foot of the hill that Nova has, but Dope could stay alive a little bit long. Okay, well, just kidding. Actually, it just plopped up on the screen. But now back to the Knights. They were super successful around this area last time, but this time they're up still by the plane. And right below them is quite a few teams that might mess this up for them. I don't know how they're going to rotate any further down to the southern side except stand up here and get rid of all of these guys. See, they're already focusing on 4Bros down below and taking some looks a little bit more to the north, where there's actually a lot of teams already piled in towards the center of this.
Yeah, I do think they could take over back-to-back's position. You saw they have a great sightline on it, and they've done that push multiple times before when the circle does go here. That is most likely their next play, as back-to-back is in the center zone. Circle will probably have something included right there on the next shift. We'll see very shortly. The only risk, like you mentioned, though, is if Nova were to go straight for back-to-back, they would have to cross into the sightlines of that MEZEXIS team and 4Bros team down the hill. But MEZEXIS gets taken out. That still leaves 4Bros down there, and the circle shifts back to the east. Ace of Spades getting a nice, getting a great circle over their way.
They were definitely hoping for that. If that didn't happen, I have no idea where they would have gone. As the same way as I have no idea where some of these other teams are gonna go. Where's Execute gonna go? Where's Nova? 4Bros? No clue. The only direction that they can attempt is to push right into the zone that they're the closest by and fight. Like, there's no other space for this many teams to just live together. Like, it's way too out in the open. As you can see, the Knights, they just decided to come on down immediately because they know that they have to start getting territory, getting ownership of some of this land, because otherwise it's just going to get harder and harder. And it looks like the people standing in their way for right now is HQA. Looks like Knights have a little bit of a better spot. Nice day coming in from Coops, gonna get a knock on a Crystal Pig, but they're just laying down right now. Like, I don't think HQA can do anything, and if they stand, I think Ace might have an angle on this. Just maybe. I was gonna say, so maybe they'll help HQA out, but nope, that is it for them. Pittsburgh Knights, they are finally, this is their corner of the map, and they can go ahead and take looks at fights happening like over here. Execute, they also need to make something happen. It looks like instead of going straight inside the zone, they wanted to go for a fight. They're just going for elimination points on a Nova.
I like that a lot. Smart move by Execute. They're gonna, take the fight outside of the zone to clear out the support angles for Nova. Those were the support players in the back, and now that they're down, you see they have lost all control of the side and they're forced to run in. But there's more than just Nova Execute has to clear out. They have a few more teams to try and go by. Ace of Spades defends a successful push, or unsuccessful push. Successful defense for Ace of Spades. And I think, did Nova just got taken out. So Nova out very early, but 7 eliminations still. Playing much more proactive on the elimination side of things, and 4Bros now taking a fight with the Knights. Most likely, Knights are going to win this one because 4Bros has been struggling since day 1.
We can wait and see, though. We can kind of root for the underdogs just momentarily, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Here we go. Master OP spotting out Spec. Unfortunately, going to only do a little bit of damage before Spec spots him back. The flush comes through. They also have a seven eliminations at this point, and all 4 of them are still up. So you know that number is just going to increase. The rest of 4Bros much further away. I think they're just hoping to lay low for now, and the Knights might just move forward and maybe spot out some other people. I think that hope might be very low, but Execute continuing actually their push right into back-to-back. They tried making something happen. I'm not sure if Polo was already out before that, but now back-to-back still alive. It's interesting actually to see them alive this late. I feel like they're another team that didn't do well last week, still continuing to not do too well, but they're inside of the last 8 teams here.
Yeah, back-to-back. Maybe showing some signs of life. We saw the other day they won a Sanhok match, but I think everyone kind of agreed. They just got the zone, like just straight circle blessed onto them. This time, however, much more difficult zone for them. We'll see what they could do. 6 eliminations. That is better than they've showed us for quite a while. They have the zone close to them. They do have to move a little bit, but with 3 players still up, I think back-to-back can make something happen in this game. The Knights right now taking a lot of shots from every team high up on the high ground. Everybody has sightlines on them. They're trying to survive with those smokes right there. I don't know how many more they have, however, because once that smoke goes away, everybody's going to be shooting their way. And J-Way, he goes down, back-to-back down to 2.
Okay, interesting. Ace of Spades, they can no longer stay inside of their compound, so they decide to full-on push onto the Knights. They saw all that smoke. They knew that this team is low, and they want the spot. Here we go. Looks like Ace. All of them are still up. Ooh, getting some knocks onto the Knights. I don't think they expected that at all. Ace of Spades just totally just rammed into them. Knights, they're out, eliminated. They go out with 7 eliminations. They won't get any more, like I said previously. And now Ace of Spades has that previous spot. They were in the compound for the longest time, so they should have a renewal, like a new supply of smokes to finally use the situation. Already looking forward and taking down some Wall Street Bet members. This is the location that they needed, and they were able to take it.
That was pure dominance by Ace of Spades. They just sat the Knights down. The Knights just were destroyed in a blink of an eye. Now Ace of Spades, like you mentioned, they have this high ground position. However, every team can have sightlines onto them as well. So as good as it is for them, like Ace of Spades, to be able to shoot everyone in a way can shoot back, but they're using those smokes that they got really well, slowly working into the zone. This might be a little bit haphazard as a pre-nade. That's going to slow them down. And that Molotov, oh, why?
Oh, no.
What? I hope that was not a Molotov from the Chosen that was thrown out, but it looked like it.
I'm not sure. All I know is Ace of Spades, they needed that spot, I feel like, to get down, and now they don't have it. So no matter what happens, whoever was in the center there, like the Chosen, they're no longer there. And Ace of Spades, who needed that anchor, they don't have it anymore. So now everybody at this point is kind of in a bad situation. Four Bros just holding on back to back, the closest one to the center. Doesn't even matter. They don't even need it anymore. Just kidding. Ace of Spades, the zone goes over to them. They don't need that little shack there. They can just continue to stay up on top of this hill and wait for people to leave their cover.
Yeah, the PUBG gods decided to bless them a little bit right there, especially after witnessing, them just run over the Knights. Well deserved. Back-to-back gets eliminated in 4th place position with a good, decent amount of eliminations. Is it a little too late, though? They still got a couple games left today. If they bring it back today, they could still rack up a lot of points. WALLSTREETBETS, safe to say he's done for. As soon as the blue zone starts closing, he will be the first one to touch by the blue. And Four Bros has all their eyes set on them. This should be an Ace of Spades game unless if they make a major mistake.
I agree with that. I mean, there's just no way that WALLSTREETBETS going to get anywhere right when he leaves, and only 2 members left of Four Bros versus 3 members of Ace of Spades, who we've already seen can just absolutely dominate the Knights with the right push. I don't think Four Bros is going to be able to win this unless they just totally ignore that direction where they're going to be coming from. You can see that they're already playing it quite carefully, though, already crawling across this grass, tossing out some tester nades. It'll be interesting to see when they finally realize where the last 2 are, but basically, Four Bros, they have to get the first knock here and a second knock, and that's going to be really difficult. Oh, especially as now they know exactly where they are.
Yeah, with those shots ringing out, and Ace of Spades not in, or not Ace of Spades, sorry, Four Bros not in zone either, so they got to keep moving, which stops them from being able to shoot, and one is already down. That's another nade coming in. All they got to do is spray that general direction. 1v3. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Wait, 2 of Ace of Spades are knocked? When did that just happen? And, okay. All right, I blinked for a second, missed the elimination feed, and that came down to a 1v1, but Ace of Spades, they take it in a very dominant fashion. You were just saying Ace of Spades, they were doing really good last week. This week, a little bit slower, but man, today, just completely ramped right up. Great game 1 and a great game 2, honestly, for Ace of Spades.
And I was a little worried after it shifted off of their compound. I was like, oh, that might be it. Hard for them to come in, and it was a hard push, but they pushed right into the Knights and they were successful, and that was a great game for them. I mean, they just absolutely, they're doing so well last week, a little bit rough. Maybe they're kind of bringing it back, but we're gonna go to highlights, y'all, and we'll be back after it.
And that's the whole game right there. What a finish. That is something that we have been waiting to see, Glitter. That is how you get it done, especially for that first match here of the day. Hope you guys are having a great show. Of course, make sure you guys are following all the socials, the Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and make sure you're using that hashtag PMPL day. So why don't we get this going here? Why don't we start off with the match ranking? Glitter, why don't you go ahead and break that down for us?
We got to talk about this, okay? Because the teams that we're going to be seeing at the top here are literally all of the squads that were at our overall phase 2 bottom for the leaderboards. Okay, so these are massive. I mean, almost 30 points. 14 elims go the way of Ace of Spades. That is massive for that squad. Four Bros up here with 16 total points as well. WALLSTREETBETS at 15. But you gave them a little bit of your blessing, Jukes, and back-to-back. Now on the leaderboard with a 14-point game, followed right behind by Knights, who still manage 7 to out-elim everybody above them except Ace of Spades. I mean, Knights have been putting in that aggro gameplay so far today.
Yeah, we definitely seen Knights being able to do that. By the way, Ace of Spades before this match, they only had 40 points after 8 games. For them to be able to put up almost 30 points in just one game, that's going to be huge for them, considering that's a team that, as you mentioned, I mean, they have been towards the bottom. But I want to see that second page. I want to see some of the other teams that really didn't get a chance to perform that well. I mean, Angry Amateurs, this is a step up from what we've been able to see out of them. But if we keep going down, I mean, Execute, this was a team that at one point were showing promising signs, but we really haven't seen much out of them. MEZEXIS, Esports, NA, I mean, a team that ended the last day with a win. For them to come out and only get 1 point, not the best showing. THIRDEYE there with 0 points. APHELION Esports there with 0 points as well. Not APHELION. Come on, please.
Come on, dude. A goose egg, bro. That is not something that we want to see from APHELION Esports. Hopefully, we'll see that bounce back and not just one stroke of strength or luck here on the first week. Let's take a look here at the total damage. See where everybody stood after that one there. And man, the Ace of Spades. Look at that conversion rate, 7.
Yeah, talk about it. 14 elims, 2,000 damage. I mean, look at the conversion too from Knights. 1,700 damage, 7 elims. You can't really be mad at that. And Nova, even though Nova didn't end up getting the second place finish or anything like that, they did end up in 10th place. They were still being aggressive. Nova has continued to surprise me with the aggressiveness that they showed. Also, I want to go back to Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades push on Knights was, I think it caught Knights in a way with their pants down. They were not expecting anybody to make that push, and it was perfectly executed. So Ace of Spades, shout out to you. Congratulations to you. And then 4 Bros. I mean, this was another team, as Glitter mentioned, towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They were able to put up damage, 1,100 damage, 4 elims. They're going to be looking happy about that. And Execute, you heard me talk about them earlier. At least, right? At least, Glitter, they got 2 elims right there.
You know what? I'll take it. We'll also take the almost 900 damage along with it because, like you said, they showed moments of promise, and this is not the best performance, but at least they're able to put out almost 1k damage. Hopefully they can start converting a little bit better on that and really start to add to their points.
Yeah, not to mention when you talked about Ace of Spades and that push against the Knights, that is one team that you go against. It's such a top squad. When you get that kind of fight done, that could be the team that really changes the tide for your squad, that one fight, because now you're like, hey, we took out the Knights. We got a ton of eliminations. Yo, we got this, and then that confidence hopefully translates over into some more matches. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of Ace of Spades in the upcoming future. Let's talk about the Knights though, right? That Knights squad, they have been putting up some consistent points here, regardless of the situation. You saw that 1,700 damage, crazy amount, only, 7 eliminations, but that's still nothing to scoff at here, Glitter.
Listen, okay, we have to talk about them because they might have been 7th place overall on our leaderboard, but they were 2nd in our top damage because look at the numbers that they are putting up. Okay, Coops still on top with the most damage, the most elims, most knockouts, and very, very low damage received, but Spec literally right behind, 544 to 538, the 2 elims to the 3, the 2 knocks to the 3. I mean, putting up some serious numbers. And then right behind them, Tensa, Xenox, the whole squad is putting in. Okay, you know what, 7, we said at the beginning of the show, it might just be day 3 is when they find their groove. They might be the day 3 squad.
I think that might be it, and I think I know why Jukes was saying and it's because of the way the damage that Spec was able to output. We really haven't seen much out of Spec, and for him to put up those kind of numbers, it is a little bit scary. Remember, this was a team that we were kind of hoping it would happen last PMPL, so maybe. Woo.
Hey,
Yikes.
you know what? I think he heard us last week, right? We said Joey over Spec, and Evan, you said Joey, right? So maybe that kind of put a little fire underneath Spec and say, you know what? It's time to start coming out as we wanted to see, because once Spec gets going, that is one of the deadliest players here in this tournament, without a doubt. Now let's talk about a team that was the deadliest squad, but has just been quiet, right? Is back-to-back. We can't stop talking about them. Back-to-back North America champions, and now just look at this. Well, I mean, it just looks like a slide here, 7.
Yeah, this is actually I'm glad it looks like this, because it paints a perfect picture for what I'm about to tell you, is that they have had performances where they are pop-off performances, like 26 points. That is massive for them. But they're just not able to follow it up. They were able to follow it up with just a 1-point performance, 6 points, and then a 1 point. And then now with this first game of the day, 14 points. I'm really intrigued to see what this team is going to be doing on the next Erangel. I'm hoping that they'll be able to showcase like why they are back-to-back champions of North America. If this was any other team, we would honestly not be talking about them that much. But this team has what I usually like to say, the it factor. Like they could have a major game. They could have a massive day. So far, we really haven't seen it. Great start of your day, but can you follow up on that?
Yeah, and the reason why we're so concerned is now they're putting themselves in so much of a hole that even a massive day might not even be able to get them out of it. That's why we're talking about them here so much. So hopefully we can see them turn around right here. 14 points on the first match. That is not bad at all. We need to see that, I think, and more here for the rest of the day, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, I think the worst part is that we know that they're capable of it.
That's true.
And it just, we're not getting it.
Yep.
So we want more because they set their own bar high. It's not even us anymore, okay? You can't be the back-to-back and then expect us to not have high expectations of you. So I'm ready for even more.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me kind of like of the Knights on the first start of the week, right? We had the same situation where we expected more out of them. They didn't do it. We called them out on it. And then the Knights started doing the Knights things as we predicted. So now it's time to see back-to-back kind of join in on that train here. 7, we got the next match coming up right now. Pretty much the last Erangel for the day. Who do you think you're going to see pop off here?
I would personally love to see back-to-back do something. I want to continue on that train. Like, it's just such a good set of players, such a good set of team. I honestly have zero clue what's currently happening with their performances. Like, the only thing I can maybe think of is just their confidence is down of how they perform a PMWI, which I mentioned before. Maybe. But, I mean, you're back in your stomping grounds. You're back in an A. Like, this should be a cakewalk for them.
I was going to say, why do we fall? So we can get back up again. All right, let's get the next match here on the road. Let's take it over to Zute at SPADES Cargo. Let's go.
Back to back, and now we got back-to-back Erangels. So maybe they could come back with a second Erangel game. Now, that last game for back-to-back was one of their better ones that they've had in a really long time. So now that, you know, they get to play the same map once again, maybe they'll be able to do something with it. But looking at this playing path right off the bat, I'm seeing a potential issue for back-to-back because we saw back-to-back and Nova fight early game in one match out of the Erangels, and that's due to the playing path. And with this playing path, both teams are going to have to drop towards that Milta area because Nova, they do like a farm loot split. Like to the west of farm, they split up and loot that area. Back-to-back's going to have to land somewhere, maybe close around there as well for vehicles, and that might put them in an early game engagement.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that as people start going by. You're right. I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen with the back-to-back. I'm just going to echo what you and Seven has said because they are a good team. Usually I'm the one that chooses them to go ahead and do well, and last time they did better, last match. So maybe they'll be able to do it this time. We can see the most eliminations, still Kindness, but it looks like he's kind of being closed in on by Hayuya and Coop, so hasn't gotten too many more eliminations from the last 2 days. Slowly people are getting closer, and it looks like our plane is about to finish on up, so we should see this first circle rather shortly.
Yeah, military base.
Uh-oh. Oh,
okay. Well, some of yeah, it's in there, but it's probably not gonna go down there. However, if back-to-back can not get in any lose any players early, this is a good circle for them to get in a good position because they do loot that Milta area that already pretty much puts them close to center, and they play some nice splits whenever the circle's down this way towards them. So maybe they'll get a good match going as back-to-back. I yet have seen a vehicle symbol pop up for any of the players, so that's a little bit concerning. That's really concerning. Still no vehicle symbol popping up. usually, like, yeah, they might be looting, but at least one player will drop in on a vehicle, and yep, no vehicles in sight. I don't know if the Nova team is gonna like maybe peek around, but if they do, yeah, they're scared. And back to back. Oh, I hear gunshots. I think this.
Oh
Yep.
no.
Okay. I predicted it, and that's the saddest part, man. I predicted it. That means back to back. Could have foreseen it. I will say, not having single vehicle spawn on that stretch of road, that's a little bit unlikely. However, hey, you gotta make sure you have everything, you know,
No way.
planned and precautioned out. And J-Way caught in a 1v1 here, and another player of back-to-back goes down. One player back-to-back should have split really far away in another area for a vehicle. Like, I remember doing that as a strategy. You know, whenever we go for cars, we have a huge split. Like, whenever you don't trust vehicle spawns, you never do. You want to spread out for like 3 different areas for vehicle spawns just in case. And back to back, I mean, they gambled it all right there. And Nova, well, even better play by Nova. Hey, they're not just playing their game anymore. They're going to play everyone else's game. They're going to take you out of the game before you can even play the game. And I think they are hunting for the last player here. This is them driving around, not to go loot, but frantically driving around to see if they could somehow spot the last player. That's Killswitch. But Killswitch, he actually has been running towards the Pachinki area, so I think Killswitch should be fine. But dang, back to back. We were just talking about him. I think we all cursed them collectively on the desk and here on the caster's desk. And back down to 1.
I'm so sad. Like, clearly, I bet that there had to have been like one vehicle, maybe like just between where they drop and where Nova drop, and I'm so sure that Nova got it. You know, like all of back to back were running around in the middle of the field. Like they definitely were looking for something. That is really unfortunate. And now, what else are you supposed to do as a solo? Like go straight into a city where people are gonna be less likely to find you. I feel like that's the best case or chance of survival that Killswitch has. So I guess we'll see just how much longer he's going to be able to survive in this. Otherwise, there's still every single other team alive, so it's going to be quite a while. And I think we're finally ending the overall looting phase. We're about 5 minutes in. People are getting in their vehicles, making those first rotations. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where some of these teams are going to end up setting up, I'll say, because with this zone, it's weird and that the island is still down to the southern side, so there's an opportunity, I'll say, for different kind of rotations and different kind of holds that I'm kind of hoping for, like bridge camp ? Like not likely, but 4 Bros is there, XQ is kind of around there, and a couple other places too.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a bridge camp come out. Maybe the zone will shift towards military base, and we will get that bridge camp. And nothing too much going on, and I know I already made this point, but there's something you said I want to, you know, just retouch on once again. You said it yourself when we saw, you know, maybe back-to-back, there was one vehicle and then Nova took it, right? But when we saw that overhead shot of back-to-back, we saw all 4 players in the same area, right? Like, I know you used to play competitive too. And, you know, the spawns might be a little bit different on, you know, the PC side of things, but still it's like you don't put all 4 players in the same area for a car spawn, right? Like that's almost like a basic, I feel like, and it's just, I don't know, man. This back-to-back team, maybe they need to go back to the basics. As bad as that sounds, but it's just like we're really just not seeing the performance whatsoever. And you could call me a hater. People that support back-to-back in the chat could call me a hater, but it is facts are facts. Numbers are numbers. This back-to-back team are the back-to-back champions, and this is nowhere close to, I think, what they should be able to be able to perform at.
B2B, back to basics. Ugh, ouch.
Oh,
I mean. Maybe.
I wish I thought of that one.
Well, you kind of said it. You kind of said it. I was kind of like quoting you on that. So don't worry, you did. Don't worry, ZJ.
Back to back, more like back to basics. Span Cargo getting toxic here. I love it. Rubbing off on her.
You said it. Okay, anyway, I'm ignoring you. You know I like the back-to-back players. Now I'm sad. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say, I guess, on that situation. The fact is, there is only one left. He's surviving right now, but he is slowly going towards Potato Hill, and that is making me more than nervous. And it actually looks like their previous spot is being taken over by Dope, but the Panthers have spotted them out. And we know one thing about the Panthers, and that is it take and fill in the blank?
They love fighting.
Yeah.
And if they see people, they might just take the fight. This right here, they're seeing if they can get an opening, and even if it's not a full-on fight, they're gonna take shots. Now, the Panthers, I'm a little bit worried with them doing this because usually they're coming in on the edge of zone, so there's never anyone to their backs. This time around, though, they're kind of taking a potential 4v4 more centralized in on the zone. So if they full commit this or it takes a little bit too long, they can get flanked. And oh man, they're so aggressive. No opening knocks, no nothing, and it's just like there's people there. Okay, send Moso in. Like there's so many ways it could go wrong, and it can still go wrong right now. Moso peeking right back at 1 HP instead of first aiding, or no, that was Chico. Sorry, couldn't read for a second. Yeah, a little bit too aggressive, and maybe some misinformation. Like the rest of the Panthers hang up on the hill. Chico went down by himself. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. As aggressive as they may be, I think that was a miscommunication play.
I would have to agree. I don't quite know what I just watched, I'm not gonna lie, but I think we can confidently say from now on, I don't think we're gonna see anything else happen right there for right now. The zone is gonna close even more, and it like almost centers up. We still got a significant amount of that southern island inside of this zone. It still could potentially be used by people if they, I don't know, want to be crazy on a rotation of some sort. I mean, honestly, it is an option, right? Like if Four Bros, if they try to get in where they currently are and it's not working out, you can see Execute, the hit list, both getting kind of close. Like they could, as a last resort, like turn right around, go across that bridge and try again on the other side. So like the option is there, but otherwise you can almost trade off that entire island as just like water. Like nobody's gonna play on it for a while.
Yeah.
Like everybody's gonna stay to the north.
Yeah, so essentially Circle 2 is looking more like Circle 4 already.
Yeah.
And that shoreline side getting very packed, and there's still the chance it could go down there. I've seen circles exactly like this, and it'll just hard shift down to the south. Unlikely, but it could happen. Nova playing a beautiful split. If I had $1 every time I said that, I would be a very rich man.
Relatable.
Nova playing a 1-1-1, a 4-way 1 split, and they are in the dead center zone. Not grouping up together at all. Middle of the circle, I know it's Circle 2, but it pretty much can be like Circle 3, Circle 4, because not much to play with, and Nova is just split up entirely independent from one another, because that's what they do. Sam, knocking down APHELION. Nate Clown gets the trade right back. This could be a full-on engagement between APHELION and the KBL team now.
Wow, okay. Here comes the crash. Yep, looking forward to it. Clown, he's gonna... Oh, I don't think he meant to be on that side of the wall, but he will be able to confirm an elimination onto Sam from Korean Barbecue Lovers. They did really well in this last couple matches, and now it looks like they're gonna have to fight against the APHELION, and they're not gonna want to do it. They're already kind of going around this location. They clearly wanted farm, and now they're changing their mind. They could be making a rotation towards the north, and I don't really know what's up there for them to play confidently. Like, Shelter's up there, but why would you play that when it's so far out of this zone? I think that APHELION definitely took the spot that they're hoping for. Maybe we'll see them kind of circle around onto that road on top of the hill right above them where the Chosen are.
Potentially. MEZEXIS still rotating in from the northeast, 19E, all the way from the northwest. Still, we have some teams rotating in, taking their time a little bit. Do have a lot of skirmishes this early on, because once again, circle's really small if you just discount the military base side of things. A lot of players getting caught on rotation too. Haven't had a circle like this before yet on Erangel, so I think in the mad rush of trying to get a strong position this early into the game, like unexpectedly, has been causing some people to go out. And Four Bros, I mean, look at where this last player, or not the last player, there's 3 up, but he is nowhere close to his team. Maybe he was a scout, and then things got a little hectic. Illusion, a low toss, maybe. Oh, cooked a
Ooh.
little bit too much there. He's got a second one.
I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like what happened is they were just trying to make a rotation, and there were so many teams right beside them. I was who execute in the hit list, like all beside Four Bros. However, that one player is significantly further up than the other two members of Four Bros. So I don't quite know what happened there, but that's where he's staying. There is a way to get up out of these rocks close to where he's at, so he
Yep.
could potentially get back up and like play the rest of the game. But Dope has to forget about him first. They have to decide that it's not worth it, and it's more worth it to focus on their macro play and get inside of this next zone that just shifted. Now it is officially up on the northern side, though, so there is no more questions. People don't want to be anywhere around the edges. They have to start centering on up.
The circle, a classic circle on Erangel that we haven't seen much at all this split. Like, actually, not even once. But this circle, great action. You still have the high ground, the hilltops, multiple compounds scattered throughout, a lot of low ridge dips near the center of zone, which is like a last-ditch effort play. Kill switch still alive as we take a look at him. He has managed to pick up one elimination point. I'm not sure on to which player, as 19E does have all 4 up. But kill switch, last one up. Maybe he could pull off something. Like, I mean, we saw Coops as a solo pull off a second place finish, which was, you know, pretty much a miracle with the way he just kind of ran in on everything. So it's possible, but we'll see. MEZEXIS and the KBL team kind of taking a fight. I think Korean Barbecue Lovers is just trying to get Joey from out of there, stuck underneath the bunker. And it looks like they're just going to leave him instead. Joey's going to throw some smokes. But yeah, KBL, Joey, you're on your own, man. Good luck. Acer is like, if you think you're better than me, you find a way out in this situation yourself. Oh, never mind. Acer's coming back? Maybe pick him up? Not sure what's going on here.
This could be a trick. I had questioned this. I was like, is Korean Barbecue Lovers really going to shelter? And apparently that answer is yes. It's kind of unfortunate. It's hard to get out of here, especially if a team is going to drive right up on top of you and happen to be MEZEXIS. Like, MEZEXIS has a good spot here, though. Like, they should not give this up whatsoever. So, like, I don't think that they're going to leave until the blue zone is upon them or these members of Korean Barbecue Lovers are eliminated. I think that's just the fact of this matter is Acer taking a lot of damage. I actually like to see that he ended up making a rotation over to the side to try and catch him out. He does do a lot of damage onto him, but can't quite get the knock, but he was going for it. I'm surprised he didn't just get out of the vehicle and, like, fully commit.
Yeah, ooh, nice shots by Acer. I don't think he wanted to take a 1v1. Oh, that's 2 knocks. Joey in sync with Acer. Best friends. Best duo on the KBL team. Joey pops out, knocks one just as Acer does his. And we're down to a 2v2. Joey did get traded by Remix. Quan in the distance trying to provide some cover fire. There is the shots in by Quan. Takes out Remix. And even though MEZEXIS looked like they had KBL completely surrounded, KBL turns it around, and I think they're okay, but Joey is definitely going to go down to the blue zone. Acer might have a vehicle that he could pick up from one of the MEZEXIS players and rotate into zone, but zone has shifted, actually, and it is about to start closing very soon.
They're not too far away from it, though. They're on the side that's a little bit slower, so this could kind of drag out a little bit longer, but there it is outside play zone. We'll take Acer out. Quan is now the last one up for Korean Barbecue Lovers versus Yahir. Oh my goodness, there is violence happening in the center here, though. Everybody wants this one compound. It's up on the high ground, overlooks everything inside the zone. And I think that's exactly why we see 3 teams here actually fighting for it. It's the Chosen, APHELION, and I believe, was that Nova? All 3 here. The Chosen will be the first one out in this situation, though. Looks like it got third-partied, or Star Gaming helped it go along just a little bit, but now I want to see who's going to take the rest of it, Nova or APHELION. Seems like they're a little bit split right now, but more teams are still kind of pouring on in here. Look at that, to the west right beside them. There's so many teams here.
The hit list, 19E now showing up. APHELION right there on the northern side. Star Gaming smack in the middle. Nova with the Great Wall of Smokes, having Yeet crawl from the north side all the way down to the southern side to get revived. Yep, Yi makes that cross. Nova, resilient as ever. Yeah, this is the zone we have, and I love it.
He's just cackling over here, being the caster, watching as everybody just suffers in this. This is a hard zone. Like, taking a look at the map, there's just a mixture of dots. Like, I don't even know if there's any, like, teams completely together on this one. I think at this point, everybody was just trying to find a place to live, basically, and that is it. Like, try and stay alive for as long as possible. Seems like it is kind of calming down right now, but you can even see there 777 tossing some nades towards Star, but nothing else is quite going to happen. Might be a little bit calmer for right now until, of course, this next zone goes. The last member of MEZEXIS will be found out too. So that means that Korean Barbecue Lovers has successfully outlived MEZEXIS out of that fight, but it is still only Quan alive for them.
KBL down to 1. They had a very, very good Sanhok game getting the chicken dinner. They're still, I would say they're looking good. They're looking okay because they were supposed to not live against MEZEXIS, but they went back for Joey and they ended up getting ahead of it. So it's like, honestly, if they were in a more fortunate situation, KBL would be having a much better game, but they're still making the most out of any situation they're in, which is it's the most you can ask for from a team, as 777 just playing hot potato in the shack, out the shack, back in the shack. Which one is it? In the shack and outside the shack, and 2 nades at the same time. No way he's going to survive that one, and he will go down. I don't think a great wall of smokes will be able to get him to crawl all the way over. They might try. They're gonna try. 7-7 should wait. Stop crawling, man. Wait for the smokes. Wait.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, still, probably very unlikely. That's a very long distance to crawl, and I don't think 19E had the smokes. Next zone, though, does bless 19E, as it does center on them in the shack.
So that means all the chaos that just happened at those previous spots might not have been worth it, but it did result in all APHELION, Star Gaming, and Nova to kind of get their own spaces. Now, Nova is definitely going to be pushing onto Star. They might just have to wait a long while, though, before they do that, because I'm sure a lot of eyes are currently on them to start pushing out on top of that road there that's, like, wide out in the open for a lot of people. There's so many people fighting along these edges that they can't risk it just yet. As you can see, all the way up to the north, it's WALLSTREETBETS. Oh, here we go. Versus Execute Skipper. Here we go, getting at least 1 down. Gonna reload his weapon. Doesn't quite know where the others are, but he does have a general idea. You can see he's prepping some nades for this. The rest of WALLSTREETBETS, though, they're currently the ones holding out Execute, so they have the upper hand in this situation. Execute just really needs to get at least 1 knock, but WALLSTREETBETS looking strong right now.
Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS, this team kind of let off the gas just a little bit. We saw last week they started winning a lot of their fights, and then the first couple of days they were still going strong. It's good to see them, you know, playing very proactive here, taking down Jason. There's still 2 up from Execute, like you said, and Execute still causing a lot of trouble. I feel like even though they have the zone advantage, they should just take the fight towards Execute, finish this up together quickly as a team, and then have more time to work inside the zone. Now you see them, they're pushing towards Execute rather than waiting for them to come out. That is very well done. It does delay them a little bit, though, because they didn't decide to do that initially. But I think they'll have the zone within their control. Solo, yeah, this is why you need to just take the fight to Execute, not wait for them, because, I mean, this is what you do. You just slow them down as much as you can. They do manage to fire it back, and they'll do it just in time before the blue zone envelops them.
Well, there you go. And a couple more people will be eliminated out of that. Unfortunately, the solo that we were watching for KBL eliminated. But there is 1 solo still alive that we've been kind of wondering about, and that's Killswitch for back-to-back. He's still alive. I'm bringing that up because he's currently right to the southern side of Nova, who we know is going to start making a move towards Star Gaming shortly. Maybe not in this zone, but they definitely are going to at the start of this next one. Oh, and WALLSTREETBETS are just getting torn apart, trying to get out, away from up high like that. There's so many people looking at him. There's only 1 of them left.
Like I said, I feel like it took too long, right, to finish that fight with Execute, so they couldn't get set up in the next zone in time with smokes and everything. And yeah, back-to-back go out finally. I was about to say, like, wouldn't it be amazing if Killswitch came back and 1v4 Nova as like
No way.
revenge.
It's Nova.
But it's also quite ironic. It ended up being Nova taking out back-to-back.
True.
Killswitch eventually finding his way back to the hands of Nova. And Nova's like, oh, well, thank you. We're going to finish what we try to start. But Nova, they're not done yet. They're pushing towards the Star Gaming team. A 4v3 situation, however, APHELION Esports kind of in the sidelines and the distance. They could third-party this. There are sight lines if Nova's not too careful. Circle closing in right now. Nova, will they get the opening they need? 4v3, I feel like they could do it.
Honestly, are they inside the zone right there? I think they might be.
On the very edge, yeah.
Yeah, I think they might be. We knew this was gonna happen. I mean, I like pointed out like twice already. But I also wanted to point out, because this push onto them is actually really hard. Like, look, Star Gaming knows it's hard. They're not even, like, looking towards them. They're looking towards 8QA now, making a crash, coming towards 19 Esports. They will get some knocks onto that, but, you know, they're allowed to be doing this. While Nova, it's going to take a while for them to be able to successfully get over onto Star Gaming, because there's, like, a pretty big gap there. Meanwhile, I'm actually... where else is HQA going to go from here? I think this was the safest, but now that it's only Faker left, it's a little bit harder. He will get those eliminations with a huge nade, but the Panthers, they're waiting for that, I think. I think they're about to come over the hill. Yeah, here we go. Come over the hill right there, and Faker is out. I like how they brought in the vehicle as a distraction while the other one held behind. See, Nova tried to push on over. Will have he actually knocked. He tried jumping over that gap, but there's just no way. Star Gaming is watching it like a hawk, and so is APHELION. They want these eliminations. They know that they're behind this week compared to last week, so they're trying to step this up. Huge nades, actually.
Yeah, Nova getting really torn up here with the nades. I almost wish that little barrier wasn't in the zone, so Nova wouldn't be baited into hiding behind that cover. You pretty much, you know, put yourself in a coffin right there as the nades start raining in. They can throw as many as they want. Most of them, some of them will land, and Nova just down to kindness. Kindness, however, right, the star player out of Nova, the player right with this week with the most amount of eliminations, he could still make something happen if he's really feeling it. So even though Nova's down to solo, might see him pull something off. We got 3 teams with 3 members still up: APHELION Gaming, Star Gaming, or APHELION Esports, sorry, and WALLSTREETBETS. They did manage to get the reset pretty much onto everyone except for one. So WALLSTREETBETS, even in... Oh!
Smack!
Clown.
Sit down.
Yeah, stop looking my way. Don't look over here. That is also where the circle did shift towards. So WALLSTREETBETS, this is a big game opportunity for them.
You can see that they're having to prone out, though. Yeah, Trick knows exactly where the 2 members of WALLSTREETBETS are right there. There's, like, not that many places to hide just the northern side of these buildings. It's so difficult. That nade is actually going to do a little bit of damage to WALLSTREETBETS. This next one's probably going to tickle them as well. I think Trick is put on them, and he actually... Zuki goes down. Looks like Trick will get a nade onto Janchi, but it doesn't matter. He should be able to get to the res, if I'm not mistaken. But APHELION, they're starting to try and move out. I don't know how successful they're going to be, though, because of Star Gaming and Nova right behind them. Looks like Star Gaming will also get some knocks onto them, too, as everybody's going to be watching that southern side for people to start running out of that cover.
Great play by Clown. Flanking around to the side, finally getting the opening they needed. Trick with amazing nades, by the way. That was almost a 2-piece if not for the fast reactions of the WALLSTREETBETS player. 24K. Trick getting a knock, taking a fight with Star Gaming in the elimination fee. 24K gets a trade back on to Clown. It's a 3-way fight right now. Star Gaming versus APHELION. WALLSTREETBETS getting involved. APHELION also taking shots towards the Panthers. Everybody has to move into the circle just a little bit, and it's causing a 4-way fight. No idea who's got a chance at winning this one.
Man, I mean, everybody has to look both ways in this situation. Skipper looks like they'll be successfully able to eliminate out the Panthers. So there's only 3 teams left in this, and that's going to be a member from Star Gaming, 2 from APHELION, and 2 from WALLSTREETBETS. Star Gaming, though, looks like they had a lot of smokes to try and start slowly creeping out of here. Maybe he'll be able to get right below him where we can see that there's a little crate maybe for some cover, or that little building, that little shack down there that he might be able to play at. And APHELION, they don't know. They don't know where he went. Unfortunately, they lost sight of him. Maybe. Trick, he has an idea, but he's going to be able to stay alive in this while Wall Street Bets, they just get to casually stay on up towards the northern side and hope to catch one of them out to finally spot him. 24K actually getting a knock onto one of the APHELION members. There's only one left, super low HP. Oh, I swear he only has like 1 HP. APHELION, they're actually out. And now Wall Street Bets knows exactly where Star Gaming is, and Wall Street Bets wins that. They win this match. I'm so surprised, Ute. For a while there, after their fight up to the northern side with Execute, I thought it was over for them, but they brought it back.
I mean, it was looking really dire when HQA was pounding away at them as soon as they got into the zone. But the resilience from Wall Street Bets and just the sheer tenacity, their aim was on point. They get the chicken dinner. This Wall Street Bets team still looking good, still looking strong. This team, a lot of potential, and I feel like all they need is more play time. I'm seeing them like learning and evolving from all the little mistakes they might be having and just consistently improving on it.
I agree. I mean, I think we saw that even in these last couple matches, actually, them slowly getting up towards the top of that leaderboard. And this one, I mean, they made it to the tippy top, right? They got the chicken dinner. Honestly, they used like the smallest of dips ever, or like singular treats to survive into the end there, even against somebody like APHELION, who, as we know, last week were very strong. So I think they ended up doing really well this time.
Yeah. Wall Street Bets, they're on the up and up. We'll see who else can be on the up and up as soon as we come back from a quick short break and back to the analyst desk.
Wall Street Bets to the moon! Get a nice dub right there. Now, that dub may have been, handed to them by Star towards the end, but that is how you get it done there. APHELION Esports bounced back. That was a really good finish from them as well. We love to see these squads that we've been waiting on get some good, solid points. Let's go ahead and bring up the match ranking so we can take a look and see exactly where we lined up here after match number 3. Last airing gale of the day.
You were mentioning, I mean, Wall Street Bets, 22 points for them. This is huge. This was a team that kind of, in a way, has been struggling. They have been putting themselves in a certain position to be within the top 12, but they've been struggling. So this is going to be a massive game for them. And I'm feeling Esports, you mentioned it too. A perfect bounce back for this team. I can't wait to actually deep dive a little bit more into them. Star Gaming, 19 points for them. This is going to be looking pretty good for them as well. I think last time we checked the overall leaderboard, they were somewhere in like the 7th place. So hopefully this will be pushing them up. And then, I mean, the Panthers and Nova, Glitter. So far today, we really haven't seen a win from Nova, but I'm kind of happy with what we've seen out of them. They've been playing really aggressive and getting those elimination points.
Yeah, they're not getting the chicken, but they are getting points on the board consistently. They're getting top 5 finishes consistently. And like you're saying, they're aggressive with their elims. So they're keeping themselves in a really solid spot for today and heading into the rest of the weekend. And then this is a similar situation to what happened before, because our top 5 were so elim heavy. Everybody here on the second page didn't have a whole lot that they could do to get some points on the board. I mean, Dope gets a couple, back-to-back gets a couple, but nothing crazy could even occur down here because the point sponge at the top was too much to even contend with, Jukes.
Yeah, just way too much. I mean, we saw APHELION towards that end, some beautiful uses of that utility. I saw some great nade play there on that last match. Ended up coming up really clutch towards the end. Speaking of nades, I think we're trying to take a look at the total damage here for that last one, Glitter. I know you wanted to take a look at this one, and man, look at this one. I mean, wow, almost every single squad over 1,000 damage.
Not only that, but we got to give some love to APHELION. We were calling them out. They were a little bit slow, not really showing up, having a really rough start to today. And now they're the second team today, and only the second team to break the 2K damage mark on our top damage graph. I mean, the 12 elims alone. And that was with a third place finish, too. So that's huge for APHELION. And then, of course, every other squad that has the 7 elims, Nova, WALLSTREETBETS, Panthers, Star. I mean, 7 was the lucky number of the day 7 for all of these squads.
I'm not mad at it. You know what? Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Next time, can we have 7 teams with 7 elims? That would just be a dream right there. That I can take a screenshot of it, use the hashtag PMPL, and send it our way. And I was gonna say, with back-to-back, I mean, it kind of went with with the line graph that I showed. Like, they're still having that peak performance, but just not being able to follow it up with anything.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of that, why don't we go ahead and take a look here at the APHELION player stats. See how they lined up here after this one. Third place finish with some really good eliminations. Trick is just doing Trick things at this point, 7.
He really is. I mean, this was a player that got 53 eliminations phase 1. For him to be able to get 6 right there, 720 damage, that's good. But you know what's actually even more impressive? Since they did end up losing Nate, Nate wasn't really able to do anything. Suko stepped up, and not just by himself. Clown was also able to step up. Almost 500 damage for him, 3 elims, and Suko 805 damage with 3 elims. Like, that's what we want to see, right? Not just one player. Sute has said it best. It's not just about one player or a duo. It's about all the 4 players being able to play well. Even though Nate didn't do well, this was a player that did really, really well for them during phase 1. And honestly, I'm happy to see those stats from Clown. If we went back, I think he was getting 72 average damage per match at one point during phase 1. So for him to be able to put up those numbers, that's what this team needs. Whenever they get into fights, they need everybody else to be able to clutch up so they can continue on and try to survive a little bit longer like they haven't been doing.
Yeah, you know, and I'm glad we saw, you know, Clown putting up some better performances like you mentioned. You know, we've been keeping a close eye on him and the rest of APHELION. Nate, you know, didn't have a great one there in this last match, but, oh, I see, Glitter's got the pose going. Glitter is locked, loaded, and ready to go. Maybe this is a sign. Maybe this is the sign.
That's the sign.
APHELION's return.
That might be the most intimidating group of players I've ever seen in any of our team photos, honestly.
Well, you know what is going to be
like
really intimidating? The overall leaderboards, Glitter. Let's take a look to see where everybody is lighting up here after this one. And Nova, your squad, Glitter. Woo, still got that thick lead.
I mean, this is what Seven was talking about. This is what we were just talking about when we were looking at the match ranking. The consistency that we've seen out of Nova doesn't matter if they're getting the chickens or not, because 91 placement points, 88 elim points puts them leagues above everyone else. I mean, the next highest squad, to be fair, HQA at 112, the only other team that's broken into those triple digits for this overall ranking. But I mean, Nova is just running away with it right now. We got to start paying attention to everybody else that's below them. WALLSTREETBETS had a really strong showing now. And we were talking about this before, Seven. Once we got down to like 3rd through 8th, 6th through 8th, they were all very, very close in points. They're still close, but we're starting to see a little bit more separation. Some of the teams are kind of at least creating some space. KBBQ Lovers above the Knights. The Knights fall down a little bit here. And Panthers rounding out the top 8. And I think these squads, you know, we saw a Star with a really solid performance too, and you had mentioned that as well, Seven. Those are the ones where a lot of that battling is going to be.
Yeah, this is what's intriguing to me. Back to back with the performances they had in that match. I mean, they're currently going to be at 69 points. That's a great number. Ace of Spades as well with 69 points. And if we see, like, from 10th all the way down to 16, and just to refresh everybody's memory, because you know I have to do it during this overall, the top 12 teams are the only ones that are going to get a chance to play that extra living match and get those extra points for the bonus points. Now, if we look all the way down to 18th, I mean, the only difference from 10th place all the way down to 18th place is 18 points. And we have actually seen some of these teams being able to get that. APHELION Esports, with that performance that they just had, they actually pushed themselves up within the top 16. So that's good to see them starting to bounce back. Angry Amateurs, for bros, I mean, I honestly have nothing nice to say, so I'm just not going to say anything.
Yeah, they have a lot to do in this tournament if they want to be relevant here at this point. But you know what? Nova having some great performances. APHELION with that nice little bounce back. I think we're starting to see some climbs from some of these squads that we've been waiting on right here. But you know what? We got a big thing coming up right here, Seven, and that is for all those people out there that want to get in the conversation. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA, and hopefully we'll have somebody end up with their post here on the show, on the big show.
I seen some good ones, by the way. I seen some really good ones. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Apparently they liked our little conversation about Joey and Acer. Hopefully we'll see which one's going to be up on top here at the end of the day. Classic McDoofus back at it once again. Big shout out to her. Okay, guys, thank you so much for this one. Let's get on to the next match, the first Miramar of the day. Let's take it over to Zute and Spad.
Thank you, Jukes. Miramar, it is. No more Erangel, no more Sanhok. We're on to the barren desert lands of Miramar. This is going to be a tough one for a lot of these teams. Hardest map, we're saving it for the last 2 matches.
And I'm looking forward to it. Once again, I feel like there's just a couple of teams that have been doing much better this week than they did last week. And some teams that were doing better last week aren't doing so much better this week. But I think we saw a little bit of a glimmer of both those sides kind of coming back in this last match. So coming into Miramar, I'm kind of excited to see who's going to be doing what on this one. Needless to say, it looks like our playing path is super far over towards that western side. And on this one, Zute, luckily people don't really have to worry about Nova doing anything here because they're not playing.
Yeah, Nova is just so deadly on Miramar. I think Miramar has been Nova's best map as well. So Nova, not playing this one. Everyone could take a slight, breather right there. But we'll see where the zone goes, as some of these teams will not like the first circle. Playing path on the very far western side. Teams got to stretch out towards the east, and then if the zone pops out in the west, they got to go back. Either way you cut it, some teams are not going to be happy with the zone. We'll see where it goes, though. As far as the zones that we have seen on Miramar, honestly, we haven't seen anything too wild or too crazy. We usually get some more strange Miramar zones, but so far in this tournament of PMPLNA, zones have been quite familiar for all the teams to play in. And I'm taking a look. I'm seeing if there's potentially any hot drops because, like I said, this playing path very far to the west. Some teams might stretch into each other on the eastern side, but it seems like everyone's splitting up pretty nicely as the zone does pop up a little bit more towards the eastern side.
And it's down there towards the southern side, just around Los Leones. Maybe we'll get some sort of a city ending. Of course, Picada's in there too, so can't tell right away off this first circle. Definitely gonna have to wait a while. And there isn't outright a hot drop, but there is a little bit of a mixture. I was a little bit scared for Mayo up there on the northern side from Angry Amateurs, landing right beside a member of Execute, but also right below that, one of the other members of Angry Amateurs is like right next to 24K from WALLSTREETBETS. And WALLSTREETBETS, they're on a roll right now. You saw that like right as this match started. They are currently like in that 4th place spot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 4th place spot for this week. So they're feeling themselves. So I wouldn't want to get in a fight with them just yet.
WALLSTREETBETS, they've been pretty good at Miramar too, just like Nova, taking a lot of fights, winning a lot of fights too. So we'll see if they could carry last game's momentum into this one. Taking a look at the Knights now. So for me, the Knights, they've been good. They've been solid. I just feel like it's like, I don't know, like I feel like honestly I'm happy with the way they're performing. They're not like at the top like the way Nova is performing, but I almost kind of feel like they're just consistent, and when the pressure is really on, when it will really matter, they'll end up stepping it up. Because when I'm watching them play, even though they kind of go out a little bit early here and there, like they're not playing as strong as they, in tip-top form, I'm not seeing them like making mistakes per se, right? It's just like another team just got a better end of the trade, and that's pretty much it. It's not like they're messing up, to put it simply. That's my opinion on the Knights. How do you feel about the Knights' overall performance so far for this week?
Yeah, I feel like they're just not sweating it. I feel like maybe the goal might just be like top 12 or something like that, even though all points that you make now do in fact matter towards the end. But like last week when they were in at 18th place spot, they ended up getting up so many eliminations that it shot them at the leaderboard, right? Like they definitely had way more eliminations compared to their placement points. But now for this week, both of their eliminations and placement points are like almost even. So clearly they aren't going out on those hunts to like hardcore pad their eliminations, probably because they're not in the same situation that they were last week. You know, like they aren't in 18th anymore for this week or even overall. And I think they're kind of just chilling a little bit more. So yeah, I kind of agree. I think that they're not in a dire situation, so they're not pushing for it, even though it looks like Xenox is going to get at least one maybe on 19 Esports, unless he doesn't win this trade.
Okay. He's winning this 1v2. Just casually, you know. Just as we say, it doesn't look like, you know, they're pushing for this hard elimination points. The next thing we see is Xenox pull off the 1v2. We didn't catch the beginnings of it. I feel like Xenox was already here and he caught the first one by surprise maybe. With the way he kind of shot that crate, kind of makes me feel like he pushed up onto this position and 1v2'd them. I don't know, man. It's Xenox. This guy is nuts close range. Like, his movement is still, in my opinion, even though I haven't watched his POV in a while, still probably the best player in North America when it comes to his mastery of the movement. Like, you need to see his hand cam along with the gameplay of his camera, like side by side, to really be able to appreciate like just how crisp, clean, and fast, and just mastered his movement is. Thinking about mastery of movement, I don't think Reppin, no matter how he moves here, actually he could do that and survive a little bit longer, but he's still gonna be taken out. And that teddy bear, I think, of his isn't really gonna help out. I think that teddy bear is telling him, I think you're done for me.
Hey, heal faster. Yeah, because all of WALLSTREETBETS are definitely making a big push right now. Like, right into their vehicles, just going for a crash. To the rest of Angry Amateurs, they're still at their other compound. I don't think they're... Well, that could have been an opening knock, but I think that they're just saying Rippin's on his own for right now. Like, they're not moving from that compound. I think if they were going to crash, it would have been with that knock, but it's too late now.
Yeah, yeah, HQA is also here, by the way. HQA hearing a lot of shots. Oh, HQA knocked one of WALLSTREETBETS. So, oh man, I feel like this is a good opportunity. Okay, nice. This is a good opportunity for Angry Amateurs, as I was going to finish. And they didn't rotate away. I thought they were rotating away, but they're repositioning to take this fight more. And those shots look spot on, but I think that player was probably in cover behind the smoke.
Ouch.
And just as I say, take this opportunity. Any opportunity you take, it could also go the other way. HQA trying to fight this back. Proning there in the open is not going to help out there. They're going to confirm that point. Get the reset potentially onto the third player. As the rest of HQA, some of them... Oh, one of them pushed WALLSTREET. Oh, this is chaotic, to say the least.
Yeah, I guess they're liking splitting all their teams and fighting two teams at once or something like that. Yeah, two members of HQA decided to come down here and fight WALLSTREETBETS, while the other two are still up on top of the hill, or one, I should say, fighting the rest of Angry Amateurs. So that's a little bit of an interesting choice, but HQA has successfully taken over one of the buildings here. The other two members of WALLSTREETBETS are laying low, it looks like. Literally, both of them are prone inside of this building, probably just waiting to see if anybody's going to come close to them. I feel like maybe they're just done with this interaction. There's two of us left. There's no way I'm peeking any windows. I'm not peeking in that direction. Let's just wait for them to come to us right now.
Yeah, all of this started with WALLSTREETBETS trying to get a free point, and it looked pretty free until Angry Amateurs answered back, and then WALLSTREETBETS and HQA came here. So WALLSTREETBETS, they had a good last game. This game, probably not going to be as good, as they're down to 2 with only 1 elimination point. And this is still the beginnings of the match, as back-to-back. One of them gets caught out. J7 goes down, but I do see the rest of back-to-back circling in to help. KBL, though, doing the exact same. Polo's here on his own. 4v3. Joey trying to get a different angle, I believe, as Polo gets some decent shots in. A great nade down to 1 HP. He's got to hop down, get in cover, and pop a first aid.
Yeah, he has to heal quickly, even though the rest of KBL, they're not close to Quan whatsoever. It really seems like everybody is just taking fights from far away. Quill Switch will get a knock on to Joey, though. Oh, he was smacked down to half HP, so he's not going to be peeking again anytime soon. But KBL, they're calming down. They want to make sure they get that res onto Joey as fast as possible. So Kill Switch, he won't get any opportunity to heal or anything. He has to constantly now be just throwing everything he has towards KBL as they're trying to get this res. Unfortunately, the nade's not quite going to go far enough as Polo actually gets the knock on the Acer, going for the flush as well. This isn't looking good for KBL at all. Joey is res, but now back-to-back should know exactly where the other two are. Maybe Killswitch will be able to hold them back as Polo, he's trying really hard not to get shot in the back by Quan.
I'm confused. Polo shot from that position. They threw nades that position, and then Acer just went right in the open in the middle and just got taken down. It's like they forgot Polo was there. KBL, what are you guys doing? This should have been a clean finish, especially in the 4v3, but back to back, they're gonna bring it right back to KBL. 2 pick KBL down, back to back with 3, and right here, Joey just really caught down there by himself. I think this should be a back-to-back victory as also I don't think they're going to get third party. They're on the very edge of zone. They should be okay to continue this one for as long as they need.
Oh man, poor Polo. He probably really feels like he can't make any kind of a push towards Quan. So both Quan and Joey are just taking a lot of shots at Killswitch's rock right there. He is definitely stuck there for an extended period of time. Looks like Enigma's trying to put it in his own hands and get into a position where he can take out Joey, and Joey knows it. Yep, he's gonna switch to the other side of the rock. Killswitch will be able to do a lot of damage, but no way! He doesn't get the knock out of him, actually. Joey, like 5 HP or something, will be able to get that knock. And now Enigma, he just unfortunately didn't get there in time to save Killswitch from the knock, but he will be able to get the trade.
Good trade by Enigma. I'm almost sad to see Joey go down like that after he hit those nasty shots onto Kill Switch. Like, he was not supposed to win that, but he did. I think Joey's better than Acer now, by the way. We'll keep playing that narrative throughout the day, maybe even throughout the tournament. But great shots by Joey. Oh, wait, hold on. Joey's definitely better than Acer. I don't know what Acer was doing in this engagement. He just, you know, drove in the open and got shot in the back by Polo. I don't know what happened there. Quan, he's gonna try and make a move now that he's like the last one up. And I like Polo's discipline here. Instead of taking 1v1, he's just gonna back off, wait for his teammates to reset, and then take the fight. So back to back, still looking good. Sometimes I just don't know, you know, what goes wrong. Like everything just goes wrong for back to back. But this goes to show they can still, you know, bring the fight to teams. They still got the right fundamentals, you know, instilled in the team play, and it's just, I don't know, man. I'm just confused at this point. Sometimes back-to-back does well. Sometimes they just do god-awful, and then they're all over the place. And Quan will manage to survive for now as a solo player.
I will say this fight has been going on for a long time and nobody else has gotten involved. Like, we're in circle 2, about to be in circle 3. Like, a lot of time has gone by. I do like that Quan was able to kind of sneak right under their noses. Oh, Polo did just spot him out though. And it looks like he's deciding to chase. I mean, in this situation, if you know that there's only one person left, wouldn't you want to try and go get that elimination, get rid of that team? Because the zone is only just closing and they're not even that far away. Look at that. Like, I think they could successfully get this last elimination. I'm just a little bit scared because usually some people leave solos alone when they've gotten this far away, because the solo does have a chance to still kind of like pop back around and potentially take out another member. So that's what I'm worried about for back-to-back right now. But like, look at them on the map. Like, they're all just running in the same direction. Like, the chase is on.
I think their vehicles all ran out of gas or something. I don't know why they're all on foot chasing him. It's like Tom and Jerry vibes right now. I don't know, man. Back-to-back look good, and then now they're just chasing a player in the blue zone on foot. There were multiple vehicles. Like, 2 chase on foot, 1 go for a vehicle for a rotation or a potential need for the vehicle to hunt down the last player. I don't know. It's just back to back. Just questionable sometimes, and then sometimes they look good. So that's all I'll say about that. As the hit list, this team doing really good this week, and a really good nade opening onto QWERTY. Is the hit list going to push on that, though? I don't think they have complete info. That's a good nade. Oh, flies a little bit far. Most Wanted, a team that has been just struggling on the struggle bus, and they've never got off it.
Yeah, Flash, he's just making this full-on push now. I mean, they know who they're going against, and the hit list, they've been doing so much better this week. Yeah, the push goes through. Sleepless, he does have the cover of this box, though, but I'm pretty sure another member of the hit list is about to appear from the other side, so he's not going to be safe for long. Or not. Sleepless, taking him by surprise right as he pulls out some utility. It does take a little bit of damage from it, though, and Arsh, realizing this teammate is in danger, is able to make that push, gets the elimination, and a little bit of a reload before that flush. And don't worry, he'll go and get the res on the Flash in a moment, right after he loots this. The rest of... Wait a second! Oh, he definitely wishes that he got the res or healed faster, because the rest of Most Wanted, they're piling on in here. Looks like another member of the hit list is trying to get here fast enough, though, but Alucard, teammate, they're making the push happen. Here we go, the nade started.
Ooh, good nade. Oh, that actually bounces. Oh, yep. Took a while to explode. That bounces back into Arsh. He does not go down, though. Molotov's coming in. Alucard will finish that one off since Arsh was down to 1 HP. Jat G, 1v2, pops a nade. Nades his teammates. Didn't even make it in through the doorway. I don't know what's going on. I think everyone's just tired by the 4th game, and it's just messy through and through. From the beginning with the 3-way fight with MEZEXIS, Angry Amateurs, and HQA, that was like kind of messy. Messy fight with back, like, oh man, this is a very messy game as HQA taking a fight with back to back, looking good though. Polo shooting right underneath the car, and honestly, back to back, picking up a lot of points through just eliminations. So good job to them. Enigma goes down to the blue. I think the blue zone, yeah, doing a little bit too much damage. They're going to have to leave them and continue in onto the next zone.
Yeah, you're right. I think so far there's been a lot of situations where I'm like, huh, I didn't really expect that. But this I did expect. APHELION, they're on this edge of this zone that just popped. They heard the shooting down to their northern side. They're going to go ahead and take a look. And that's going to enable them to get a couple of eliminations here on the HQA, it seems. Yeah, there we go. Clown's going to be able to flush out Cross. And there's one more hiding inside of the smoke here, popping down yet another one. He's hoping that APHELION's going to lose interest, but I doubt it. Nate's going into the smoke, chewing. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to survive, but he's going to try the hardest, and maybe APHELION will lose interest and try and make that rotation first. So you can see Clown already turning their vehicles around. Yeah, they lost interest. They got to go on ahead and start focusing on getting into this next zone.
And I think also some far distance shots by Execute. Telly taking just a couple of pokes. Definitely spurred APHELION to like, okay, let's leave this any longer. We might get full third-partied. And they have a spot in the zone too, so just prioritize that. More eliminations will come your way. Execute trying to work in here from the western side. Mixed success for the Execute team throughout this week. Some shines of brightness, other times going a little bit dim, but the shots pretty accurate from Fate here. Fate, not sure, I think I think Telly is now the IGL, but Fate used to be an IGL. You see him here being the scout. So maybe they interchange it back and forth, but Fate definitely calling out some locations to scout out, to pick up, to break their way into this next circle. He is already on the edge though, so I think they will play on that ridge line. Ace of Spades, team that's been looking good. Angry Amateurs, not going to be able to get up there, I don't think, guys. Yeah, Ace of Spades is going to try and shoot them away.
There is somebody right behind him, though, which is kind of interesting. The other 2 teammates kind of a distraction as King Tian is able to go and get a knock onto one of the Ace members. After this heal, he might be able to get this flush, and then it's just going to be down to Blink Blinky, I believe. Yeah, Ace of Spades. Something happened. There's only one left now on top of this hill. I doubt that the other members of Angry Amateurs are going to make their way up on top of this, though, because they're at the point where if they go back up that hill, there's going to be some other people getting some angles. We'll have to wait and see. It does look like they're going to go for it. Oh, there are some of these ridges up here that are going to protect them for a little bit longer, but Blinky actually will successfully get away for now. I have no idea where he can kind of go and survive, though. He might just be trying to find some sort of a dip.
Yeah, I don't know if that distraction play by Angry Amateurs was on purpose, but it worked out beautifully for sure. APHELION Esports in the zone on the northwest. Same with back-to-back down to 2, though. APHELION still having 4 up. They'll get that revive on to Trick. Execute gets a nice knock, more central of zone. I wonder if Execute's just going to push this now even before the zone shift, because chances are it is going to shift towards the east. And we have a full team of the Knights still in the northeast. And the Panthers, by the way, have been in the middle zone with 4 players up, just chilling. And that circle shifts more right into the center.
Yeah, now the spot where Frady is definitely going to be more pivotal for the Panthers. However, I don't think that they can fully leave yet. I think they can leave their compound, but they definitely need to be playing right on top of that mountain there to make sure all those teams that are going to be coming on behind them aren't going to get too far. See, now I think it's too late. Now I think the Panthers are officially stuck inside of that compound because there's no way they can run up to where Frady is without either the Knights or APHELION spotting them out. So now they have to deal with this threat before they're able to move any further inside zone, and they're going to be split. So Frady, he might be able to be a little bit of an overwatch here, or he might have to make a decision to get closer. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see what APHELION does here. They got to fight their way in, and back-to-back is right behind them. About to third party this back-to-back with down to 2 players. Yep, they're going to pick up any points they can. Good return fire by Clown. It's going to keep the heads down just for a second, but APHELION is getting pieced up and time is running short. Back-to-back with 5 eliminations. I think today is back-to-back. They're kind of coming back into form. At least more positive games than negative, I'd have to say. APHELION Esports Clown or Trick doing what he can. Panthers will manage to get out of that building. And Trick with the 2-piece here? Almost. More shots coming his way. He's going to have to duck back down, and back-to-back will probably clean up Trick.
Ooh, that nade's really close to Trick. Unfortunately, won't quite do enough damage. They're just trading a utility at this point, as you can see in the distance, though. Like, back-to-back still being a little bit of a pain for APHELION. They're just... APHELION can't successfully continue to aggress onto the Panthers because of back-to-back's position. I think that's why the Panthers were able to kind of disengage without APHELION being able to do anything. APHELION, they're basically now in the middle of this death sandwich that they're not going to be happy about, especially as Killswitch with a really nice knock there is going to get yet another member of APHELION down. Polo, he's pushing closer. Trick, he has a little bit of a different angle, I'll say, than everybody else, so he is somebody to have to look out for. And the Panthers, they're leaving one person to look towards where those fights were happening, but the rest of them are about to get into a big fight with the Knights shortly. APHELION officially out, though. Only one of them was left alive after back-to-back got him, and it looks like they're gone.
Execute now pushing Star Gaming. I feel like they could have done this push a little bit earlier when they got that knock that I pointed out, but yeah, they're gonna be forced to push here anyways, and now they don't have that opening knock. Star Gaming isn't gonna make the same mistake twice. Execute trying to do what they can, down to 2, down to 1, a trade goes right back. I think Star Gaming still has 1 or 2 up, and that is Fate taken out. Execute eliminated in 8th place with only 3 eliminations. If they won this fight, that could have been a top 5 guarantee with a lot more eliminations.
Yeah, decided to go for the flush on that down, but I don't know if he was able to find where that other member was. Back to this other fight, we knew that it was on the horizon. It was definitely going to happen as Frady. He's kind of doing ring around the rosy with one of the members of the Knights here. The down and the flush comes through, but there's 2 of them now spotting him out. Looks like Tenza will be able to get that full flush onto Frady there. The rest of the Panthers, I think they're pretty far away. Chico was supposed to be watching the northern side for back-to-back. They luckily haven't been too aggressive on this push. But now Chico is the last one alive for the Panthers, and as you can see, Spec knows that there's only one real place he can be, completely on fire, and this nade might just finish him off. Yep, there it goes. The Panthers, they're out.
Yeah, Knights looking strong right here. The only player that went down was Xenox, and that was a little bit unfortunate. You saw how close his teammates were to supporting him. And just one more second, like half a second, for Xenox to stay alive, and he would be able to get reset too. MEZEXIS, I'm looking at the minimap, pushing close to the Knights, but they're just taking that downhill position, trying to just get in the zone. The Knights full control of the high ground, and in a way, they are kind of contested. Back-to-back still in this game too, with just 2 players up.
Ooh. Wow, THIRDEYE ripped out of this match too. Looks like Angry is gonna follow right after them. There's slowly but surely, there's only 4 teams left, and the Knights, as of right now, you're right, they have 3 members still up. They have one of the stronger positions, but MEZEXIS, they're gonna start sneaking right below them. Tenza will be able to take out one though, so that means it will be a 3v2. Spec gets another one actually, so there's only 1 member left from MEZEXIS, and right now there really isn't anybody else inside of the zone that can kind of push into the Knights' back, but Coops is still watching up on that northern side, as we can see from that mini map. So the Knights should be able to get rid of MEZEXIS potentially very cleanly here before anybody else is going to be pushing onto them. Coops, though, he is the only man standing between the rest of his team in that fight, and back to back, or even potentially Start Gaming. They're trying to get closer as well.
I think everyone's just going to manage to survive this zone. Just as I say that, Coops hits a nasty nade. See if he could get the follow-up to eliminate the back-to-back team. I think MEZEXIS, yeah, they're going to stay alive for now. Spec peeks out over the top once again, but Inactive gets Spec. They're going to need a reset here, and oh, Spec confirmed from distance by Star Gaming. Coops with another nade onto Polo and gets the confirmation. It's a 2v2v2v1. Zone has shifted south towards the Star Gaming team. So we'll see if Star Gaming is able to hold this position and potentially get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I like that Coops is now coming back to his other teammate, because I think he's realizing, like, oh, we don't have 3 people anymore. I need to go play with my teammate, and to get into this next zone, we got to push the people that they're just fighting against. They're probably 100% aware that MEZEXIS is 2 up based off of the other knocks and eliminations they got previously. They just have to go and find them. For a second there, he was running towards that vehicle, and I was like, is he about to take a car? I was very interested in that, but no, he's just making a rotation, clearly trying to find yet another angle of some sort where you can find out more information here.
Yeah, right now they're just trying to get as much info as possible. The blue zone is closing in. They know it's going to be a hard push no matter what, so they're seeing which side is most likely for them to at least nab some points and start gaming. This should be free knocks right here, and Active does get behind the ridge, but Bran with that nade prepped and ready. The fadeaway, and it connects perfectly.
Nice.
Good nade and the follow-up to confirm. The Knights are going to peek over the top. And the Knights have really good accuracy, so there's a chance the Knights might be able to just bully their way in, even if they're at a disadvantage being in the open.
Ooh, I'm also looking at Hyuya over there. It looks like him and Quill Switch are going to be kind of facing off as MEZEXIS. They're officially eliminated. Here we go. Oh no! We're not even going to be able to see it as Tenza spots out Hyuya. He goes down. It looks like now it's only no Switch. 1 member left to Star Gaming and the 2 of Pittsburgh Knights. Beautiful. He knew somebody else was over there. Back to back goes out too. It's a 2v1.
2v1 for the Knights. Star Gaming had this in the bag, but just peeking out, exposing the side angle just a little bit. And it was Tensa to find those 2. Brian, what does he have? He has some util. I think he has 1 nade. If this nade can hit Coops, that's going to be huge for him because he needs to bring this down to 1v1. Bounces off to the right-hand side. The next nade, that should be good. And that is good. We're down to a 1v1. Tensa on the high ground. Brian on the low ground. And I think he has a zone. Yeah, Brian has a zone. Tensa's going to have to run in the open and time his pre-fires perfectly right onto the head. Get those headshots in. It's a 1v1. Brian has a level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, however. Favor in Brian. But Tensa, he can make it happen.
Here we go. He's making the push. Unfortunately, that first spray does not hit. He's able to do a little bit of damage on the Tensa here. Oh, there we go, even more. But he's able to make it to a little bit of a plateau to lay down on. Brian, he knows the advantage that he has. So he is pushing closer, utilizing his weapon. Oh, man, the heal goes off, though. And no way, he doesn't get it. The Knights are going to go ahead and get that chicken dinner yet again, taking it from Star Gaming.
good win for the Knights. That is a Knights game you like to see. One that's not easily won, but just through the clutchness of the team, of the individual players, the plays that were made. Really, really good game by the Knights, and good effort by Star Gaming too. He pressed for that advantage when he had it. Unfortunately, the distance he had to cover was a little bit too much, and the advantage went over to Tenso at that point because Tenso was the one that was able to play defensive. Great
Yeah, he
1v1. Yeah, almost a 1v2. So close to a 1v2. But there were a lot of great moments in that game, so we're going to take a look at those in the highlights, and we'll be back with the analyst desk.
Oh my goodness. For a second, I thought Brian was just better. Just better. But then Tensa said, no, sir. No, sir. I'm getting this chicken dinner today. What a way to finish that first Miramar match. That's what I love to see there. Hey, 7, Glitter, y'all put y'all's blessing on the Knights. I threw mine onto back-to-back. And look at that. First place, third place finish. That's how we get it done right here. Let's take a look here at the match ranking 7 and see where everything lined up here. The Knights, 28 total points.
Just Knights doing day 3 Knights things. You know, that's exactly what we're gonna call it. Don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about Knights a little bit more. Knights making me just lose my train of thought because what a performance. But I do gotta give some credit. Like Start Gaming, 19 points. Brian, what a bunch of amazing nades that player threw. Okay, like wow, I'm impressed. And then back to back, guess what? They're able to have a good game here. They didn't have to wait 3 matches to actually have another good game. They only had to wait an extra match. So 19 points for them. That's going to be looking good. And if we keep going down the list here, because of the top teams being just so heavy, Glitter, a lot of these teams at the bottom really didn't get a chance to get that many points.
That's true. The one thing I did appreciate, though, was the fact that we saw APHELION Esports on the first page instead of the second. Okay, they found a little bit more consistency, even if they're not getting those elims that they're looking for. And then some random sporadic points on here. A little bit of yo-yoing out of WALLSTREETBETS now down there at the bottom. We're kind of missing a little bit of consistency out of the hit list after where they were on that overall leaderboard coming into today. I mean, you know, it was a little bit of a rough match for some of those squads.
Yeah, it was a rough match for some of those squads, but it was really good for a lot of the teams that needed to put up points, especially since Nova sat out of that one. So that was a good opportunity for them to really put up some big points at the boards, and they did it. Take a look at the top damage for that last match. See how those squads rounded out that one. The Knights are 2,400 damage, Glitter.
Love to see that. Love to see. I'm calling it 2,500, okay? Love to see that on here out of the Knights. 13 elims. Tons of damage, and the save out of Tensa at the end there, almost losing it. It was a very, very well fought battle between Knights and Star, who's also obviously up here right behind MEZEXIS, who actually was another one of those teams that in those final moments was having some really clutch nades come out, and I believe it was also on to Knights, if I'm not mistaken. So Knights was kind of getting chipped away at with these frags coming out of all these other teams that were hanging out below them, and unfortunately, their height was just too much for MEZEXIS to really overtake. But I mean, 14-33 out of back-to-back. We had kind of called them out, asked them to step it up. And like I said, we saw APHELION on that first page 7, and they might not have tons of elims, but still putting in the damage and having some much more consistent gameplay.
Yeah, I was impressed with the conversion rate for back-to-back as well. And even though they really don't, another team that really isn't able to translate that amount of damage into Illims, Execute. They continue to like show themselves there within the top damage.
Yeah, it's top damage, but not really getting those big points that we want to see from Execute before we can start really, talking about them. Let's move on over to the Knights, right? Let's take a look at their player stats for the day so far here on average. Putting up some really good, nice numbers here, 7.
Yeah, I mean, Tensa, this is great to see, by the way. It's not just the Coops team anymore, okay? Now we have other players that are stepping up, and you said about this is for today so far. 543 damage there, average for Tensa, which is huge, and followed up with 2.67 elements. Like, that's impressive. And then you go to Coops, he's averaging less damage, but my boys put it in the eliminations. My boys also put it in the survival time, and then we keep going down the list, and this is what we were talking about. This is why Hot Juice said, uh-oh, because Spec's starting to wake up. Yeah, he's not getting over 2 Illims yet, but that's a great amount of damage that Spec's currently putting up. And Xenox, I feel like Xenox has just been getting picked on the whole tournament so far. Every single time somebody knocks him down, they try to thirst him so fast. Like, I kind of feel bad for him. I do got to say one thing, though. The hit list. Where have y'all been today? 11 points for the whole day? When you guys were looking so amazing the past 2 days? Come on, the hit list, step it up.
Yeah, come on, let's get it going here. Let's see if they can. And you know what, for everybody out there, make sure you're going and chatting with everybody, talking and using that hashtag PMPLNA, because it looks like we may have somebody's tweet show up on here. Ooh. And I'm pretty excited to see that here, 7. What do you think
Who
it
is
is?
Is it McDoofus? Oh, it is McDoofus.
McDoofus! The big names there. See, listen to the homies, Hot Jukes and the 7WG argue about who's better, Joey or Acer. And Zute did confirm it was Joey. What do you think about that?
I'm going to have to go to New Zealand and get a ride from the airport because McDoofus needs to tell me which one she thinks is better, okay? It's not just about us. For everybody currently watching, if you want to be featured on this shows, use the hashtag PMPLNA and let us know, in your mind, okay, who's better, Joey or Acer?
Yep. Tag us. Make sure you tag myself, the 7WG, and the Glitter Explosion. We got one more Miramar video left, one match left, and because of that, we do have a video to show you explaining it. Let's go ahead and roll towards it.
Surviving on the battlegrounds is a grueling task, and that's even harder on Miramar for its large open areas. Moreover, vehicles in Miramar are feeble in nature compared to sturdy vehicles like UAZ and Dacia that are available in Erangel. Nevertheless, you have to make your play with what you have. So let's talk about how you can use those vehicles to your advantage. Miramar also offers a range of vehicles to choose from, each preferred for its own distinctive quality. The first major problem that players face is lack of acceleration while riding on the hilly terrain of Miramar. If you want off-road performance, consider using the buggy or motorcycle as a priority. Motorcycles are even better as you can control the momentum as you jump off a cliff while making an escape. Buggies have a nasty habit of hitting the ground upside down and causing you damage. To climb up the steep hillsides, the pickup also does a fantastic job. Similar to Erangel's UAZ, it comes with a great horsepower. The flip side is that it comes with much more tricky handling and suffers heavy damage when being fired upon. If you get spotted by enemy crosshairs while driving on a hillside, you must immediately get out of the vehicle before it gets blown up in a second. If you seek endurance, the minibus can be a much better option. The 1970 Volkswagen model is the biggest four-wheeler in the game, with an occupancy of 6 seats. It offers decent speed on roads and provides an enormous amount of cover where you and your team can survive. But it also takes more damage while driving for its giant hitbox. And it performs even worse when you are driving off-road and trying to run out of the blue zone, or climbing uphill. Lastly, if it's the speed that you want to storm through the highways of Miramar, the Murado or the Coupe is the best option by default. For fast access, you can use the off-roads of Miramar that are light shaded on the map for a steady path to get to your location twice as fast. Both vehicles come with a staggering top speed and can go from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. The Coupe can only carry 2 players max, while the Murado can carry all 4. If you love Mirados, there's a gorgeous golden Mirado parked inside Hacienda that you can get your hands on. Apart from all the different choices available for vehicles, remember to carry the maximum number of vehicles when you are rotating. Carrying gas cans is also a smart choice in Miramar. And remember to switch your ride when you come across untouched vehicles parked on the road. In a competitive circle, losing your vehicle in Miramar is synonymous to losing the match as well. So, treat them with care, as they may carry you to the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Bam, man, we're back. Big shout out to my man John Allen for his beautiful voiceover right there, explaining us the inner workings of Miramar. Glitter, one match left here to go. What are you thinking? Who are you feeling in this last one?
You know, I think the Knights have gotten enough blessing for today. I want to give it to back-to-back.
Well, can they get it done? We know they're going to be in this last match. Let's see if back-to-back can finally start living up to their name. Let's take it over to Zute and to Span Cargo to end this one out.
You know, there's a chance back-to-back might do well this one. They've been doing better and better each game, even though it looks, you know, kind of messy, but the points are there, so I can't disagree with that. Do you think back-to-back, or which team do you think will come out and show out in this last match of the day?
I mean, I also want to say back-to-back, but I feel like I should choose another one. So on this one, I think I might choose... Okay, so I'm going to choose the Chosen because they did well last week. This week, not so much, but we know that it's in them, right? And even this last match, I think that they're trying to show something, right? So I'm going to choose the Chosen because right now they need it. So I want to see what they're going to do. How about you?
Okay, I like the Chosen pick. They had some promise for the first week. They didn't do terrible first week. They started dropping off towards the end of the first week. I was hoping they would pick it back up. Maybe it'll start with this one, right? We've seen them do well. My pick, though, I'm going to go with the easy pick, and that would be Nova. Because they're playing, and it's Miramar. So, yeah, the easy pick. We'll see what happens, though, as every Miramar game can be so drastically different from one to another. The playing path, though, very similar. Still on the western side, this time going from south to north rather than north to south. See if we get a different type of circle, though. But we do have some different teams playing in this lobby, too, like Nova. So that's another factor that's going to change things up just a little bit.
Yeah, so I might see some different rotations or whatever's going on. And also, this first circle is in fact different, and I'm kind of excited for it because right smack in the center is Monte Nuevo, not too far is El Pozo. I think wherever this is going to end is going to be an interesting one for sure. What's a little unfortunate is like the majority of the teams are really trying to stretch towards that eastern side. They're all going to have to come back in one way or another.
It's going to be difficult rotations. That northeast rotation down towards like the Monte Nuevo area, just like not a lot of different options to be had. Either you have that one road, and that's pretty much it. I think Moso actually managed... Oh, hold on. What is happening here? Oh, Fear's pulled up in a vehicle. This is looking like what Nova did to back-to-back, except this time it's the Panthers onto MEZEXIS. That's 2 eliminations right off the bat.
And the other 2 members of MEZEXIS are all the way in Los Leones. Like, you know for a fact that they probably were dropping for a vehicle, and the Panthers won. So that's like an unfortunate... it feels really bad when you lose a car drop, but that's for sure what happened. And not just 1 person, but 2? Yeah, that's a big oof. That's why I also feel like it's more likely that 1 person goes for a vehicle, because then at that point, you know, the chances of losing somebody for a hot car drop is just, you know, 1 person versus 2. But unfortunate, the Panthers, they're all spread out now, getting the rest of their loot. MEZEXIS is going to have to play as a 2-man. And right now, they're outside of zone, but they're not too far away from it. I have a feeling they might be just following the edge of the zone for a little while, trying to stay away from people as long as possible.
Yeah, this first circle on the western side, like we mentioned, only 3 minutes in. A lot of teams still having to drive to their loot locations because, like you mentioned, a little bit further to the east is where most of the teams are stretching towards. I want to see how back-to-back play this first circle. You mentioned they are in the middle of the zone. What kind of split are they going to do? I know they are confident and comfortable playing splits. We've seen them do it even though they've had bad performances over the course of a couple of days. So they don't like switch up their play style to play more passive. That's for sure. So I want to see what they do with this one. And there's a good chance that Circle might just keep centering around Monte Nuevo, which will give them an opportunity to pick up more elimination points as teams start filtering in.
Yeah, especially if they go on ahead and play like on the northern side of Monte Nuevo and like eastern side on the southern side of the road. Like so many people make rotations around those areas. Like that could be a potentially good place for them to kind of sit out and wait for people to get close. It does look like only 3 of them are in the actual town of Monte Nuevo. The other one, he went more north. I wonder if he's thinking about taking like the compounds right to the northern side. Not quite sure, still figuring it out, but because I mean they have time, they obviously have the highest priority to take what's around Monte Nuevo, being that they're the closest after they go on ahead and loot on up. This is another team actually, 4Bros, that I mean there might not be much to say, but I want to talk about. I'm a little bit surprised by the 4Bros performance. Oh, that was it. No, the Chosen, the team I chose.
Yeah.
Reppin', he's gonna get one knocked, and there's no way that Fancy C is getting res there.
Yeah, I said whoa because he did that with a UMP. Yeah, mini UMP, and I think he just used his UMP all the way through, blew up a truck. We saw in the video, John Allen, he was talking about how the truck is a very flimsy vehicle, and we just saw it there. That car getting blown up by a UMP from distance. So that is unfortunate. Also, the UMP has a slower bullet speed too, so he had to really lead those shots to nail all those bullets in. Good job for, I believe that was Angry Amateurs picking up that elimination right there. And now, after they get their point, looks like they're going back to continue looting, or they're not rotating in just yet, so we'll follow along them in a little bit as oh yikes,
Oh,
yeah, that's,
yeah, run away from that as fast as you can. Nope, back to the vehicle.
he's just gonna hop right back in it as
It
planned.
like shot out though. I'm like a little nervous. Okay, good. I was like totally expecting him to like slingshot off that tree or something.
Yeah, I think he had to stay in the vehicle too, because if he exited, he'd go down from fall damage because it was just like falling down. But that was that happens as Sam takes some fall damage too, and he gets knocked from KBL. I'm trying to see where they are. Where did that happen from? Oh, they came from El Pozo, so they're just rotating in. So I think Sam's okay. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. KBL's down to 3.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, who eliminated Sam? Did I miss it? I saw him fall in the elimination feed, like fall damage, and I don't know, man. Miramar is
Definitely got
strange.
taken out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, I'm also like squinting at how many people are already inside, like towards the center of the zone. Like there's already a significant amount of people. And after that, the next majority of people are like right on the eastern side of San Martin. So I think all those teams that are going to be making their rotation around San Martin is about to be in a little bit of a shock here, because they're all going to be rotating at the same time right by each other. You can already see THIRDEYE making their way towards Wall Street Bets, and it's not over. Like, we got Dope, we got Angry Amateurs, we got Nova. It's going to be a mess. As you can see, Jazz looks like he's stopping inside of the compound with a member of Wall Street Bets here. Sanchi has to be careful as the nades are starting to rain down on him in that little garage there. He's completely open.
And THIRDEYE looked like they were just going to make a rotation, right? You were saying teams got to watch out going towards San Martin, but they pulled up here ready to fight. Like, I don't think Wall Street Bets shot or anything. They just rotated straight here, prep to take down that one player from Wall Street Bets. Maybe Wall Street Bets has like laid a trap here before. Anytime the circle goes west, right? Wall Street Bets waits for THIRDEYE, but THIRDEYE looked really prepared. However, 24K, really nice long-range shots. We'll answer right back. That's a 1 for 2 trade, as THIRDEYE has managed to get 2 of the Wall Street Bets player, winning the better exchange in that one.
Yeah, it looks like they're done. They don't want to deal with it anymore, especially because the blue zone is now right on all of their heels. They're gonna continue on with their rotation, hopefully find something good. Gotta be careful because Nova, though, they're taking that entire top of San Martin on those rocks. Like, they're definitely looking for people to start driving through that main road of San Martin, and Wall Street Bets are kind of like driving right into their hands. This next zone is also about to be popping soon, so everybody that's been kind of centering on up, they're gonna see if that was the right choice, and it actually so far is looking like it will be. It's a little bit more down to the southeastern side that I was expecting, though.
Man, look at Nova just committing to Wall Street Bets that quickly. Like, I've done this before, and I prefaced it with, like, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but with it being Nova, I feel like they just keep track of everything and know everything, right? They saw Wall Street Bets fighting THIRDEYE. They got into engagement. They saw Wall Street Bets lost 2 players. They have a good idea of where they loot, where they could rotate from, and immediately they're in the vicinity of Wall Street Bets to maybe pick up these 2 points. This time around, though, it does look like Nova's going to back off. Kindness is committed. Well, we saw the other 2 Nova players drive back. I think they're just repositioning for some support angles. This one looking a little bit disconnected for Nova for the first time.
Yeah, they're backing up even more. I mean, but it's Kindness, though. I mean, right now he's like the MVP of Nova, so maybe he'll be fine. It's fine. Like, look, now we're watching a fight between KBL and Star Gaming. Unfortunately, Hayuya is going to go down after a little bit of an exchange with, who was that? Quan up there? I'm not quite sure, but Acer. He's currently out in the open, and Brian, he has the advantage of that peak right there. Looks like he's going to try to utilize it, and he does get it. Oh, unfortunately, the trade comes through, though. It looks like this is a pretty even fight as of right now. Looks like Joey knows exactly where the next Star Gaming member is.
Yeah, 1 versus 1. Or it's Star Gaming. Robert GG getting heavily tagged up. Who's better, Joey or Acer? Well, honestly, these 2 make a great team. But if Joey clutches this, another point for Joey in the argument of who's better. Joey flanking around, getting an angle to take the 1v1, or maybe going back to pressure Robert with him forcing Robert to decide, like, are you going to let me get the revive or are you going to push me into the open? Robert, though, can also get a revive. I don't know if Joey knows this or not. This nade looking pretty good. Acer's probably on the other side, pinging exactly where the 2 are, but yeah, too far. Now it's a 1v2.
Oh, Molotov goes over. I don't know where that landed, obviously, but it looks like maybe the res is continuing. Yeah, I think they got it. KBL, they also now have 2 up. Here we go. Hayuya prepping that nade. They can hear him running around now. That one might be good, actually. Oh, Joey just barely survives at like a sliver of HP. Here we go. Looks like another member peeking on over. It's interesting because the rest of Star Gaming was able to back up and starting to get the res into the next member at that little shack there, leaving Hayuya to kind of hold down the fort here. But the push is happening. He's able to get a knock on a 1, but the trade... Oh, okay. Joey, still up. Let's see. 2v1.
Joey, he's got the skills. He's got the UMP, but the Scar hip fire. Joey not able to clutch that one up. I think Joey is going to lose a point for that one as far as who's better. And I'm not keeping track. Maybe the analyst desk is keeping track. Maybe you guys at home are keeping track. Honestly, I don't know how this conversation started, but both players are great and they're having a good week this week. That's what matters. That's Wall Street Bets. Even though they only had 2, they're still going to pick up more points. They're up to 3 elimination points now, taking out some of the adult members. And wow, that circle shifts, man. Wowee.
Yeah, I just wheezed on that one. Wall Street Bets happy that they got a couple more eliminations, but now they got to book it. They're on the complete opposite side of where this just hard shifted. And as a 2-man making that rotation, it's going to be a tough one. So I'm interested to watch and see how they're going to do it. Same with Dope, actually. You can see them on that mini map, like just to the northern side of Wall Street Bets. Like, do they only have 2 members up left too? That's quite interesting. They have to make that long of a trek as well. Looks like the Panthers, interesting that Moso is kind of staying and taking some shots at Ace of Spades on their rotation while the rest of his teammates, they're moving. They have to leave. They're also far away from the zone.
Ace of Spades just trying to rotate while the Panthers just in a very weird spot given where the circle is, gatekeeping them, like chasing them almost in the blue. I don't know if that's going to work out too well for the Panthers. It's going to waste a lot of time as the hit list getting into a fight with Four Bros. Four Bros pulling up, getting pelted by all sides. You look at that top right. One player, Jachi, holding this down, and then all of a sudden his 3 teammates just crashing right on in. Four Bros not looking like in a place they want to be in.
Nah, but here we go. It's about to be all of the utility in the hitless inventory. About to be tossed on out. Looks like a little bit of a pause, but here we go. First one inside the door. Yep, Flash is going to go on ahead and get it. So it looks like there's only going to be one member of Four Bros left. It's Clock, and he just got res recently. He got this first heal off, but he's not even full HP. Trying to get yet another res. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this off early before the push comes through. Yeah, there we go. They're spotting each other out inside of that smoke, and the push out the window. Flash will get another knock onto Lori once again. There's only one of them left, but Clock is still fighting back. There we go. Nice trade comes through, but surrounded. It was only a matter of time before the Furbows go out, and it actually looks like this is being third-partied right here. The Knights are getting in on the action. Here comes Nova on the opposite side.
You do not want to be between the Knights and Nova. That is the 2 best, scariest team to be caught in the middle of, and the hit list somehow have found themselves in that position. The hit list will manage to get 4 revived, hopefully. I do want to see 4 of them up, just to see what they could do with 4 players when the Knights have one side covered and Nova has the other side covered.
Wow. It's like really unfortunate because the hit list, they are going to get all up, but they're not going to be able to reset. Like they're all trapped inside of that one little single story, like 2-room building right there. And that's it. 1-room building, sorry. So not an ideal situation. And Yi actually taking the high ground here. That's even better for Nova and their positioning, of course. They are getting shot at from afar.
Oh!
Beautiful. Looks like Yi
One
is just
v-
going by
1v4?
himself. Dude, one more. Go Yi. Like, where's the rest of Nova? They're just letting him take it all so far.
Oh,
No.
he goes down. And he got thirsted. Oh, Yi was feeling it too much with that double nade and that third knock. I'll let that slide, right? Because Nova, like, they never make mistakes like that where they lose a player. Okay, on rotations, they sometimes lose a player for no reason. But not in fights like that. I'm going to just say Yi was just feeling it so much. Let him have it, man. That's honestly good for the morale of the team when a player's feeling it that hard and just popping off. Like, let him go crazy. If he makes a mistake and slips up, that's fine. Anyways, zone has shifted even further to the west. We're going straight into Monterey Never finish as Fierce with the red dot. Nasty shots right there.
Yeah, the Panthers, I mean, they're trying to hold out Ace, and it looks like Ace is coming back with a little bit of revenge, a little bit of vengeance on that. Now holding them out. The Knights and Nova crashing into the side of Monte Nuevo almost at the same time. Looks like some knocks and flushes will come through onto the side of Nova. It's not looking too good for them as there's only one player left alive. The Knights are getting the res, and I wonder if they know exactly where Rin is, but I kind of doubt that they'll do anything about it for right now. They are successfully on the edge of Monte Nuevo, and they don't know where anybody else is on this smaller zone.
The Panthers on the southern side still
There it
just chasing the Ace of Spades team in. And yeah, Nova gets eliminated, and that's really good for the Knights because Nova has a substantial lead this week, and the Knights need to cut that lead down if they want to catch up. Knights themselves need, some more points too, as the Panthers right now taking shots at Wall Street Bets. 24K did finish off Fears in that elimination feed. And the zone is, everybody's in zone. We lost a lot of players already. We're down to 36 players by circle number 4.
And only 4 teams with a full 4. And while we were watching the fight down here on the southern side, Dope actually made a big crash into the Knights. So the Knights, their fights are obviously not over. They got to deal with Dope now up to the northern side. That's why one of the Knights ended up getting knocked, but everybody's back up. They just have to kind of deal with having a neighbor for now. Panthers also have the high ground above Wall Street Bets, who should be hiding in the same place. And Skirt from Angry Amateurs goes down as they're now getting in a skirmish with Execute. Some trades going back and forth for right now. They're actually all mixed up in terms of the high ground, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I thought Telly had the high ground, but actually Angry Amateurs had the higher of the high grounds. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Angry Amateurs with 1. Execute also with 1, both on the outskirts of the new zone as we pull up that mini-map on that top right of your screen. Next circle coming out soon. I do think Angry Amateurs and Execute will most likely have to rotate back-to-back, doing a 2-2 split. I want to see them condense that split down real fast if it pops onto them, because if they even hesitate for a second, they might get separated and crashed. We'll see what happens as the next circle pops in. Oh, it goes towards Execute and Angry Amateurs on the high mountaintops. This is going to be a fun ending.
Yeah, you know, if Angry Amateur stays up on top and Execute are able to get like right underneath them, they're both going to be staying there for a long while. So I think it's also going to be interesting for Star Gaming because they're the only ones in like an actual like hardcover compound, more towards that eastern side where the majority of the teams are. They might have to be dealing with a lot of people making rotation towards them shortly. Here we go, back to Dope and the Knights. We knew that they were by each other for a while now, and it looks like they want to flush them out. Coops getting a knock, and ooh, a flush onto Illusion happens. Fishy, now the last one alive for Dope, trying to stay alive, hidden inside of this building for now. Wall Street Bets, oh no, they also go out in 12th place.
I like what the Knights are doing here. They want to wrap around to the north on this rotation, but they're not just going to do it and ignore Dope. They're going to go in fast, take care of Dope, and even if not eliminate all of Dope, right, put enough pressure on them so they don't feel comfortable shooting at the rest of the Knights team for free during the rotation. Tensa, Crosshair, pre-angled onto the window, just expecting anything and everything. Xenox catches a little glimpse of him and cleanly executed and eliminated, taking just a small sliver of blue damage, but they will crash right in on the eastern side onto the Chosen. There's a 3-man team of the Chosen with Killswitch playing a pretend Chosen member on the rooftop.
Yeah, this is quite interesting, actually. I don't think Killswitch ended up shooting. And, like, do they realize that Killswitch is there? I don't think so. Look, he's just completely proned out on top of that roof. The Chosen have otherwise entire control of this little compound right here. The rest of back-to-back are across the street. So the Knights now, they don't really want to be taking that crash, I feel like. You could see them kind of hesitating over towards the side, trying to come up with a plan, I would say.
Yeah.
Now all of them inside of their vehicles. It seems like they've made up their mind. I'm curious to see what they've decided. Xenox also making the crash. Seems like they're trying to take a fight. Unfortunately, Xenox does not get the opening knock that I'm sure that they were searching for. And the rest, they have to go somewhere. They have to get further inside the zone. They're going to have to push as well.
The Knights getting a little bit slowed down, not deciding the most optimal thing to do. But it happens. The Knights right now, down to 1 player, is only Spec up. Tensa, no real chance of getting revived as the blue zone closing in. Spec's going to have to push in here. 1v3 and then plus kill switch, I guess. And he's going to go wrap around further up north. I feel like that's what the Knights should have did in the beginning. But then again, who knows? Maybe this compound could have been only a 2-man team in another version of, you know, the same zone. So the Knights will stay alive with Spec. Kill switch holding it down on the northern side, and MEZEXIS Remix gets 1, gets 2, almost gets 3, almost gets the entire team. Wow, that was almost a wipe for the Chosen.
Yeah, that made me a little bit nervous here, but they're getting the reses onto each other. There's going to be 2 of them left alive, and once again, this zone is really liking the western side. So it's over there once again. It really is Angry Amateurs and Execute and Star that I feel like have the best situation as of right now. Because even back-to-back that are pretty close to the zone, I mean, you can see what they're dealing with here inside of this little shack, and they're still outside. They're going to have to be running out in the complete and utter open to be able to do anything else here. And the Panthers are in their way, and they can obviously see that. So a couple of hard rotations still for a few more teams, and those up above them, like Angry Amateurs, should be making it a little bit harder. Ooh, Specky finds himself a little shack inside zone.
Yeah, dead in the center zone, so most likely we'll get the next circle too. Back to back. Pushing in with 3. We still got it, the team of, Star Gaming and the Warehouse. They'll have to move out a little bit. Chosen get play zone. Fate throws a nade upwards and onwards to the high ground. Not connecting too much right there. He's got 2 more, though. He's going to try and do what he can. Relieve some pressure from his team. But I think they're going to do what you mentioned a couple circles ago. Just play underneath them and stay safe. Great cover. Great overwatch right there by the player of Solo. And Fate gets the nade. They can almost right. Oh, and I think that Molly touched it. And then he gets shot. Execute. Eliminate the high ground team with really good teamwork and some straight bullets from Star Gaming.
That was actually really interesting. I didn't expect that really how it went down. Like, I at least expected them to have to come down from the high ground and then execute, take that fight to potentially take them out. So that was definitely a little bit of an interesting exchange. I feel like I haven't seen in quite a long time. But now execute, that's given them the freedom to focus on other threats. And that, of course, is going to be back-to-back down to their southern side. Fate. He's all the way up to the north, clearly making sure that their northern side is clear, but that leaves just 2 members of Execute to deal with, 2, more like 3 members of back-to-back. That might be a hard exchange as well, especially as Star Gaming. They're starting to make their way on in. Who knows who they're going to focus on and what direction they're going to go.
Yeah, oh, Solo not winning those nade trades. That's 2 hitting Solo already. J7 still looking good. Oh, and that one's going to nail Solo.
Yep.
Man. The nade's so good, but Fate gets onto the highest of the high grounds right there and gets the trade just in time to go back and push. And Fate, no, that is not how you play that position. You need to hold the team down and support, not get too greedy for the knocks, and he will get knocked and not be able to get revived. That leaves Execute down to just 2. They could still do something as the Knights get eliminated from inside that shack. Solo, it's a couple of shots, 3v2 here, and 3 for Star Gaming coming in from the eastern side.
Yeah, this is now a little bit spookier for Execute, I'll say. They really needed Fate in his position. It looks like Jason's going for it. He's going for the res. I think they realize that they have to get the res. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good situation. So Solo is now literally playing solo down to the southern side to hold off back-to-back even more. But it doesn't really look like back-to-back is obviously interested in making that push because they're inside zone and they just get to wait for Execute to come to them.
Wait, indeed. I don't know if they know Solo's still here because they heard that car drive away. They might assume both players left this position. They'll have to be a little bit careful. Star also in zone. I don't think Star is going to push any more further into back-to-back. They're just both going to wait for the next circle. Yeah, Execute's going to have to make the move, but Solo reveals his position, almost knocks Polo. That was worthy of a try because if he did knock Polo there, Polo would not be able to get revived. Last back-to-back, run back out. Open, Jason gets the pickup onto Fate, and now Execute's making a lot of noise.
Wow, they needed to get that res and they were able to do it. So I think that's really huge for them. Now they just need to figure out which fight that they're taking first, because if they try to take both fights at once, that might be their downfall. Fate, though, goes down yet again. I don't know how Execute is going to be able to execute their plan here. It does look like Jason, though, they're going to go for back-to-back first. They know that the rest of Star Gaming is a little bit too spread out, a little bit hidden, so they have to deal with those to their south first.
Yeah, I think Execute not on the same page there. Jason goes down. That leaves Execute down to 1. Solo's got to push in from the blue zone. That should be it for Solo. Back-to-back versus Star Gaming. Back-to-back with 3. 1 gets knocked. Huayuya right now, a leading top fragger, gets the opening. Whips right onto Polo. This guy's got the reflexes down to 1v1. The trade does not go through. Robert, 1 HP, no first aid kits. J7's win, and that is back-to-back, ladies and gentlemen. They are back, for today at least, because consistency still put in question, but today, back-to-back are back. Great performances out of back-to-back. I think they have like maybe tripled the amount of points they have got in a couple of days in just this one day alone. Maybe not tripled, but it feels like it with how well they did today.
I mean, they were in 8th place as of that one, I believe. So getting that win, it's just going to launch them higher. So they definitely picked it up today, just like what we were kind of speculating for some other teams potentially. APHELION didn't really entirely do it, but one team could have gone on ahead and really brought it back. It looks like back-to-back's doing that. So that was interesting to kind of see their progression get better and better as each match went by.
Yeah, and I just realized Glitter Damas is in effect. She blessed back-to-back, right? She was like, I'm going to pick back-to-back to be blessed, and they want it. And Glitter does this all the time. I don't know. It's creepy. I don't know why she's working with us. She kind of scares me, to be honest. Like, I'm a little creeped out. Anyways, we're going to go to the highlights, and then we're going to see what Glitter Domus has to say about the lottery numbers coming up, because I want to hear that right next. We'll be back soon.
Back to back, dude. You know, Glitter's back, back to back is back. That is how we do it. I mean, we waited to see them. The blessing was sprinkled on top of their heads, and finally, boom, they have come back. That is how we do it. That is how it gets done. Why don't we go ahead and start and bring up the match ranking, Glitter, to see how exactly this one wrapped up.
I mean, back-to-back coming out, closing out the day with the chicken, 20 points, matched, though, in points by Star Gaming, who's also had a very, very strong day today. And I feel like, Seven, I feel like Execute heard you. You were saying they're getting the damage, they're not converting the elims, and they're not having the performances that I know they could do. And then game of the final game of the day, third place, 17.7 elims. This is what they needed.
Yeah, that's exactly what they, well, hopefully, right, that's what they needed. Hopefully, they can continue on to that. Knights, though, finishing out strong as well. 14 points for them. Angry Amateurs, too. This is a team that definitely needs those points. 11 points, that's good to see. I kind of want to see what's on that second page, as the hit list was only able to get those 6 points. Nova Esports, having a bad performance. I think it's because you went back-to-back. I think that's exactly what happened.
That's what it
Korean
is.
Barbecue Lovers there with just 1 point. THIRDEYE with 3 points. I'm just surprised. All right, Glitter Domus. I'm like, what's in your monster energy? That's what I want to know. Which one
What
you
is?
drink? Because dang.
Swag.
Well, you know what? You don't have time for any of that because it looks like we do have an interview with Nate from APHELION Esports. So I'm going to go ahead and take it away. Nate, what's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Bro, dude, I am so excited to be able to get a chance to talk to you, bro. You know, I'm pumped up. Man, guy, I am so happy to see y'all together here in the PMPL. So for those people out there that don't know who you are, why don't you go ahead and explain a little bit, huh?
You know, we started off as J4F. We played in the PMCO Spring Split Finals in 2022. We contacted with Valak, and we got an opportunity to, you know, play in the PMPL this year.
Dude, you know what? I got a chance to talk to Valak multiple times, and he's been hyping you guys up. He's like, yo, we got a whole new squad. We're going to come in strong. And oh boy, did y'all come in strong. One of the best phases that we have seen so far. So, Seven, I've got a question for you real quick. First off, why don't you go ahead and explain which each one of your roles is in the squad?
So myself, I'm a support fragger. Clown is the IGL. Trick is obviously our star player. He gets entry knocks. He's fragger, and Zuko also support fragger.
Nice. So all those probably lead up to why, you know, we see Trick getting so many eliminations, right?
Oh yeah, don't you know it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But hey, you know what? You can't get those elims without that support right here, Papa. That's what I like to see. So I got a quick question here from Glitter, right? And the Glitter has a question says, you know, what map do you guys feel the most comfortable on, right? And do you think the map rotation here with the group changes have affected y'all's gameplay at all?
You know, just a little bit. I think the Erangel, Erangel, I think, is our strongest map as of right now. You know, we gotta kind of focus it up on Miramar and kind of just pop off on that map. Sanhok, we kind of got it down to a T. We know what groups are, we know what teams are what in each groups and stuff like that. So I don't think that's necessarily the problem. I think just our rotations and our comms during team fights. But other than that, I think we're set. I mean, we've shown what we can do during the first week.
For sure. With that, you did that without a doubt. Dominating performance there to start off this week. Now, this is going to lead into my second question, right? You know what's kind of coming, right? This is from Seven. It's, what happened during the first 2 days? What happened, bro? All right, during the first 2 days of Phase 2, performance was nowhere near Phase 1, but just kind of give us a little bit of intel, bro. Tell us the truth. Truth will set you free.
You know, honestly, I think we just went in there a little bit overconfident. You know, we played out of our minds the first week, and then second week we went in there. We're like, yeah, we can destroy the whole lobby again. And then, we kind of got humbled down a little quickly. It happens, but, we're ready to bounce back, make a strong comeback. Don't you know it? We're coming back for a top 5 at least.
Bro, how dare y'all, dude? Clown DM'd me, Valak DM'd me, and I was like, yo, keep that same energy. Don't let it get to y'all's head. Yeah. Bring it in week 2, but hey, you know what? It's all right. It's all right. Y'all got a nice little lead, but hey, but Nova's catching up to y'all now. So what are you guys really doing to kind of, get that hunger back or, get ready here for this, next few days?
We're just, we're doing some VOD review, we had a 2 bad couple first days of week 2, but, we're gonna try to like fix the minor mistakes and make a good comeback for the rest of the week. Finish strong.
Nice. So you're talking about those comms issues, right? So, y'all playing together as a squad, Clown as the IGL. What do you say, what is the most common issue when it comes to that? Like, if you can give us an example of a comms issue for those people out there that, don't play competitively.
Just knowing what your teammates' every move is, you just got to be able to, call it out. You got to be able to shoot and talk at the same time. If you can't, your team fights are gonna lack exceptionally. So, we just gotta fix that up, and we're gonna get back in there, and we're gonna fix those comms up, and we're gonna perform the way we want to, the way we know we can.
Let me ask you this, okay? So, who is the IGL for the squad whenever Clown goes down early? How does that work out?
Usually it's still him. He'll stay in the game, obviously, and coach us through and call rotations and stuff. Me, myself, or Trick usually call the team fights, whether it's a good team fight or not, whether we can third party, pull up on a team behind them and shoot them in the back, and just little minor team fights like that. Me and Trick will take charge in that. But typically it's Clown calling all the shots.
Nice. All right, so I got one big one for you here, all right? I want you to be honest with me.
Yep.
Which team is pissing y'all off the most right now, huh? Which squad? Who y'all got beef with?
Probably MW. Most wanted.
Most wanted?
Yeah, I mean they've been dropping on us in PMPL scrims ever since then, and we wiped them so many times. They're pretty much easy kills, to be honest. But we gotta. They're easy kills, but when they kill us, that really gets our blood going.
I feel you. That's the way it is. But we'll see who ends up on top at the end of this. And y'all guys got a heck of a lead right now. Dude, thank you so much for talking with us and taking the time. Again, everybody, this is Nate from APHELION Esports. You got any final words to say to anybody out there? And also, where can everybody find you? Your socials, everything like that.
Instagram is Nate _iOS, and then Trovo Nate iOS. I stream on Trovo as well.
Yes, sir, indeed. Nate, thank you so much, bro. We're hoping to see you.
Thank you.
Continue some of that week 1 performance we saw earlier.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Ooh-wee! What'd you think about that, huh?
Most wanted, huh?
Most wanted.
I'm impressed by Clown being the IGL. I was not expecting that when he was saying the roles for every single player. And I did appreciate the honesty, though. I did appreciate that
Mhm.
he did end up saying they just came in too overconfident here. And in a way, I'm glad he said that, and I'm glad it happened here in phase 2, because imagine if
That's
we got
true.
to the finals and that happened. That would be the worst timing ever. So it's good to see that they are aware of what's going on, though. That's good to see.
Yeah,
Not
you
to
know-
mention,
Yep.
they also said that Erangel is their favorite map, and looking forward to tomorrow. That could heavily play in their favor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know, big time with first PMPL under this name. You got to make some adjustments. You got to learn some lessons, and I think you made a great point, Seven, about this is a great lesson to learn this early on. And it's all about seeing how they adapt, right? If they truly learn from it here, and we did see some glimpses here in the past couple of games. Hopefully, we'll see some more of that here tomorrow. But man, what a great interview. Great to be able to talk to some of the players as always. If you guys really enjoyed that interview, want to see more stuff like that, please do me a huge favor. Tweet at us, tag PUBG Mobile, use that hashtag PMPLNA. The more you guys talk about it, the more we're able to bring some stuff up on here, right? And again, one of you guys, whoever do it the best, right? Whatever's the best, will end up here on this show as well. So that's something that we're hopefully looking forward to. All right, so now that we got that interview done, why don't we go ahead and perhaps take a look here at the overall leaderboards, huh? Let's see where everybody ended up here at the end of this one. Nova Esports still on top. Star Gaming.
Ooh.
Coming on up here, 7.
Star Gaming has just been that little surprise. But you know what I'm actually impressed by? I mean, Knights. Knights went all the way from 10th place to 3rd place. It's just actually 11th place to 3rd place. It's just day 3 nice things. Okay, from now on, that's what I'm going to say it. And another big surprise that I'm seeing here is that we have back-to-back on the first page. We haven't seen this at all. At all.
I am so glad you said that.
Oh my gosh.
This is a massive uptick in their performance. They're now above people that were dominating leading into today. I'm specifically talking about HITLIST. That's a fall from grace from 2nd place to 6th for HITLIST. They're gonna have to see if they can bounce back in the last 2 days of phase number 2. And then moving on down the list, Korean barbecue lovers rounding out the top 8. Which means when we look at the 2nd page here, there were people who were on this first page that are now have fallen down. I mean, that's the likes of Dope, MEZEXIS, even Execute has fallen just a little bit from where they started. So a couple of these teams kind of struggling just a scotch here today. And you know what, though? At the end of everything, APHELION Esports leveling out in that 16th place spot heading into the tomorrow 7. That's better because they did fall a little bit and they bounced back.
Yeah, I mean, in the first 2 days, APHELION Esports ended up with 39 points. For them to be able to get some extra points here today, I mean, it's good to see. I think they got 29 points today, if I'm doing the math right. And the team that has been pissing them off, most wanted, guess what? They're chasing them right now. They're currently with 55 points tied with Angry Amateurs, 17 and 18, and then we keep going down. 19 Esports, like this team, honestly, has been non-existent. I don't think we have actually gotten a chance to talk about 19 Esports. 4 Bros, same thing. They're currently at the bottom with 34 points. And keep in mind, like, APHELION Esports needs to have a good last 2 days here, because when we saw the overall at the start of the day, Nova Esports had already actually passed them. They weren't chasing APHELION Esports anymore. Now it's the other way around. Now APHELION Esports are the ones chasing Nova. So these last 2 days are definitely going to be spicy, Hot Cheeks.
Oh yeah, that overall leaderboard, the top 16 matters on who's going to go into the finals, but also who's going to get those extra bonus points. And they do not want to fall any further down than they already have so far. Okay, now that we talked about that, it's time to talk about the one thing that's on everybody's mind, and that is, who's the MVP? Who's the MVP for today? And Glitter, I'm starting with you. Who do you think it is?
Maybe somebody from Star, maybe Brian?
I think it's so too. Man,
I'm thinking somebody from Knights and not Coops. I'm thinking like maybe Tensa or Spec.
Oh, maybe Tensa? Yeah.
And Spec had a great day too.
He was putting up some insane damage. Who do y'all guys think? Make sure you go use that hashtag PMPLNA, right? I beat you to it right there. It's all right.
You did.
So, talk about it, guys. Talk about it. Let's see, who is it gonna be? I'm gonna go with gonna go with the player from Star Gaming too. I mean, I think we just saw just insane consistency here today. They're moving
I
up
think
to
if it
second
is from
place.
Star, Brian, he had some pop-up performances there on that Miramar.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Let's take a look. Let's see who is it gonna be. Oh, it's Ayuya.
Yeah.
Ayuya.
Okay.
Getting it done there.
Okay.
12 eliminations here, Glitter.
I knew it had to be a star player, though. I knew it had to be a star player. I will take it, though, that they had a phenomenal performance today. They have launched themselves up the leaderboards, and they very, very much deserve an MVP coming from their squad, at least solely based off of today. I mean, 12 elims, over 2k damage, very, very high average survival time. This is the type of consistency we hope for out of any of our top squads, Evan, when it comes to this league.
Yeah, it's good to see this too, right? I'm actually kind of happy that it wasn't Brian, because it goes to show that somebody else was performing as well. We just didn't really get a chance to see those pop-off performances like we saw from Brian with the crazy nades and almost being able to clutch up there against Tensa. Overall, wow. Okay, Star Gaming. All right.
Let's go.
I see
Let's
you.
go. Let's go. The more you perform like that, the more we can talk about you guys. Again, big thank you to everybody out there watching, talking about us, using that hashtag PMPLNA. Hot Jukes here with the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Big shout out to Span Cargo and Zute for casting as well. That's it for us today. 2 more days left to go for this phase. Mark your calendars and we'll see you then. Yeah.
forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain